Chapter 1564. Back then, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the murderous intent. He lost his self-awareness and fell into a frenzy of killing. Later he showed a trace of clarity because of a little girl and stopped killing. But it was too late. At that time, many people in this castle had died in his hands. It was also because he had regained a trace of consciousness that he had some impression of this castle. Since I'm here, let's pay our respects. Lu Ming sighed softly. The people in this castle had no enmity with him, but he had killed many of them. Lu Ming felt guilty. Lu Ming had always been a person who distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness. He would never kill the innocent. The people he killed were all people who had enmity with him or wanted to kill him. If not for the endless murderous intent, Lu Ming would not have done so. At the thought of this, Lu Ming stepped forward. Who's there? This is the Lu family castle, please wait. As he approached the castle, a few burly men flew out and blocked Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu family castle? They have the same surname as me. Lu Ming clasped his fists and said, I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I heard that the Lu family castle was attacked half a year ago and many people died. I'm here to pay my respects. You're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley? The burly men's faces changed. That's right, this is my identity token. Lu Ming took out the Dragon God Valley's identity token and handed it to the man. The man took a look and his face softened. So you're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Sorry for the disrespect. This place was not very far from the Dragon God Valley. Small factions like them were still very respectful to a large faction like the Dragon God Valley. My ancestor was once on good terms with the Lu family castle. I heard that the Lu family castle was attacked, so I'm here to pay my respects. Lu Ming repeated. Yes. Half a year ago, the Lu clan fort was suddenly attacked by a devil and suffered heavy casualties. I don't know if that devil was sent by our Lu clan fort's enemy. Sigh, young master, please follow me. One of the burly men sighed and made a please gesture before walking forward. Lu Ming felt helpless in his heart. The demon that the other party was talking about was naturally him. Following the burly man, Zhang Xian flew for a short distance before arriving at the back of the castle. There were many tombstones erected here. Half a year ago, more than 100 people died and were all buried here. The burly man said. Lu Ming looked at the tombstones, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Although Lu Ming had no choice back then, it was Lu Ming's fault after all. From now on, the matters of the Lu clan fort are Lu Ming's matters. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Big brother, is that you? Suddenly, a clear and tender voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and his heart skipped a beat. A young woman stood not far away with a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. The little girl was looking at Lu Ming with her big black eyes. This little girl was the little girl who made Lu Ming regain a trace of clarity in the midst of the massacre. The young woman was the little girl's mother. Big brother? The little girl called again. There was a hint of fear in her big eyes, but more than that, there was curiosity. This little girl recognized me. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was a little unbelievable. Half a year ago, when the third bloodline power entered his body, Lu Ming's appearance was thousands of miles away from now. At that time, his eyes were blood red, his hair was blood red, and his body was covered in bone spikes like a devil. Even his aura was absolutely different. Even a martial arts expert would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. This little girl did not seem to have started cultivating. How did she recognize him? Xiang, do you know this big brother? The little girl's mother asked. The little girl nodded and did not say anything else. Young madam, this is a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. His ancestor used to be friends with the Lu clan. He came to pay his respects after hearing the bad news. The bulky man explained. So it's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Thank you for coming. The young woman bowed to Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming brought his fists together in return. He then looked at the little girl and said, What's your name? I'm Xiang Lu. The fear in the little girl's eyes slowly faded. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. Xiang, good name. Lu Ming said. At this moment, his eyes emitted a strange glow as he observed the little girl. He was very curious about this little girl. How did she recognize him? Also, back then this little girl was able to restore a trace of clarity from his killing. It was definitely not because she was young. Lu Ming felt compassion for her. Back then he had completely lost his mind and had no compassion. All he had was to kill. There must be another reason. Right now Lu Ming was casting a secret skill. This secret technique was obtained from the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. When this secret technique was used, it could roughly see through a person's constitution and check a person's talent. Of course, that was under the condition that the other party did not resist at all with their ethereal force. In Lu Ming's eyes, Xiang had changed. She seemed to have turned into a ball of light, a ball of dazzling radiance that seemed to be filled with endless vitality. What a strange constitution, what a shocking constitution. After a while, Lu Ming withdrew the secret technique. His eyes were filled with surprise. A peerless genius. This little girl was simply a peerless genius. She was more of a genius than any of the geniuses Lu Ming had met. She was completely a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. That vast vitality hidden in the depths of her body made even Lu Ming feel shocked. Could it be the legendary life body? Lu Ming thought of a legend and his heart trembled. In the world there were some innately terrifying constitutions. Without special means it was very difficult to discover, but it was shocking. The life body was one of them. If it's the life body, it can explain why she could make me have a trace of clarity, and also explain why she could recognize me. Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The life body had an amazing perception of all kinds of living creatures. He could recognize a person through the characteristics of life. This was a talent that outsiders could not learn. You too, Lu Ming has something to talk to Xiang alone. Is that okay? Lu Ming said to the young woman and the middle-aged man. The young woman was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I see that Xiang is very talented and I have the intention to take her as my disciple, so I have a few questions to ask. Lu Ming explained. Take Xiang as your disciple? The young woman's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. If he could take Xiang as his disciple, she would naturally be happy. Okay, young master, please ask. The young woman hurriedly said and then left with the middle-aged man. They stood in the distance and looked over. At the scene, only Lu Ming and Xiang were left. Xiang, since you know who I am, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? Chapter 1565. I'm not afraid. Xiang shook her head and said, I know Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. So Xiang is not afraid of Big Brother now, and I don't hate Big Brother. Xiang Bela spoke. Her voice was very tender, but it was reasonable. Well, Big Brother thanks Xiang. Then this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Xiang, don't tell anyone, not even your mother, okay? Lu Ming said softly. Well, okay. Xiang won't say, but if Xiang says, Mom and the others will be afraid of Big Brother. Xiang shook her head and said. Her little braids swayed, looking very cute. Xiang, good girl. Lu Ming smiled and said, Xiang, Big Brother will take you as a disciple and teach you martial arts. How about it? To be honest, Lu Ming really wanted to take her as a disciple. The body of life was too amazing. If others knew about it, who knew how many experts would break their heads to take Xiang as a disciple? Perhaps even some great emperors would fight to take Xiang as a disciple. Since Lu Ming had encountered such a good jade, he didn't want to miss it. Perhaps this was karma, fate. Good. Xiang has long wanted to practice martial arts. Xiang nodded happily. Lu Ming was delighted, then nodded to the young woman in the distance, and the two flew over. Lu Ming wants to take Xiang as a disciple, and Xiang has agreed. Lu Ming said. Thank you, young master. Xiang, kneel down and greet master. The young woman was overjoyed. Xiang greets master. Xiang knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Lu Ming, acknowledging him as her master. Yes, get up quickly. Lu Ming hurriedly helped Xiang up, feeling very happy. He stretched out a finger and tapped on Xiang's forehead, and a ray of light flashed. Xiang, I've passed on a cultivation technique to you. Your physique should be very suitable for this cultivation technique. In the future, cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The cultivation method he had just imparted to Xiang was called the Universal Scripture. It was also one of the cultivation methods in the 9 Dragons' memories. It was extremely profound and mysterious. However, Lu Ming's physique was not compatible with it, so he could not practice it. Therefore, it was best to impart it to Xiang as a foundation. Lu Ming had accepted Xiang as his disciple and imparted the cultivation technique to her. The young woman was very happy and felt that she had become more familiar with Lu Ming. She started chatting with Lu Ming. Through the conversation, Lu Ming found out that the young woman's name was Lu Wanjun. She was Xiang's mother and the young madam of the Lu clan fort. Xiang's father was the young master of the Lu clan fort. However, he died a few years ago when he was out adventuring. Xiang Xiang's grandfather was the patriarch of the Lu clan fort. When Lu Ming went on a killing spree, Xiang Xiang's grandfather was in seclusion and managed to escape. Lu Ming was secretly glad that the people closest to Xiang Xiang did not die in his hands. Otherwise, Xiang Xiang might hold a grudge against him. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a loud drumbeat in the Lu clan fort. It was the sound of war drums. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Zhao clan, it's the Zhao clan. An anxious roar could be heard as several figures rushed out of the Lu clan fort. At the same time, the entire Lu clan fort was covered in a brilliant glow as the grand formation was activated. Lu Wanjun and the middle-aged man were startled. The Zhao clan is here again, damn it. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm afraid they are not friendly this time. Lu Wanjun wore a solemn expression. Young madam, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man flew toward the front of the fort and regrouped with the others. Let's go take a look too. Lu Ming said as he held Xiang Xiang's hand and stepped forward. Lu Wanjun quickly followed behind. There were already many figures standing in front of the Lu clan fort. They were all experts of the Lu clan fort. However, Lu Ming discovered that there were not many experts among them. There were only a few high-level martial emperors above the 7th layer of the martial royal realm. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard. He seemed to be an 8th layer martial royal realm expert. Grandfather. Xiang Xiang called out softly as she looked at the old man. A huge warship was parked outside the Lu clan fort. The warship was majestic and ferocious. A terrifying aura emanated from the warship. Whoosh! A muscular middle-aged man stepped out from the warship. His aura was ferocious. He was also an 8th layer martial royal realm expert. This is Zhao Qianba, the patriarch of the Zhao clan. Lu Wanjun stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. Old man Lu, I've given you a month. Have you made up your mind? Surrender now and join the Zhao clan. Zhao Qianba's voice echoed throughout the Lu clan fort. Don't even think about it. Xiang Xiang Beila's grandfather roared. Zhao Qianba's face darkened as he said, if you don't surrender, the entire Lu clan fort will be slaughtered. Boom. Zhao Qianba's aura became even more ferocious as it pressed down on Xiang Xiang's grandfather. Xiang Xiang's grandfather did not back down and resisted with his aura. What's going on? Lu Ming asked Lu Wanjun. Half a year ago, the Lu clan fort was in trouble. A demon came and killed many of our high-ranked martial royal realm experts. The Zhao clan fort took advantage of the situation and tried to take over the Lu clan fort. They came once a month ago and said that they would give the Lu clan fort a month to consider. Otherwise they would flatten the Lu clan fort. Lu Wanjun explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. In the martial world, the strong preyed on the weak. It did not matter if it was a large sect or a small faction. If they were weak, they would be taken over by other factions. It was the same for the 13 top factions in the Tsang continent. If many of the Saint Realm experts in the Dragon God Valley were killed, the Divine Sky sect and the other factions would immediately send people to take over the Dragon God Valley. Old man Lu, don't blame us if the Lu clan is courting death. Don't think that you can stop the Zhao clan's movement technique with a broken formation. Zhao Qianba said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew out from the huge warship. These figures flew out of the warship and stood in front of the Lu clan fort. Powerful auras burst out and formed a terrifying pressure. Many of them were high-level martial royal realm cultivators, above the 7th level of the martial royal realm. The terrifying auras made the people of the Lu clan fort pale. So many experts. Is the Zhao clan fort going all out? They are determined to take over the Lu clan fort. Many people of the Lu clan fort said in trembling voices. The Lu clan fort had lost many experts. How could they defeat the Zhao clan fort? Boom. An old man stepped out from the group of people from the Zhao clan. A terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the faces of the people from the Lu clan to turn even uglier. 9th Martial Royal Realm. The old man from the Zhao clan fort was a 9th Martial Royal Realm expert. In the Lu clan fort and the Zhao clan fort, a 9th Martial Royal Realm expert was the most powerful existence. The Lu clan fort used to have a 9th Martial Royal Realm Supreme Elder, but he was killed by the demon half a year ago. Lu clan, if you don't surrender, I'll kill you all. Chapter 1566. The 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert of the Zhao clan attacked with a terrifying aura. As he lashed out with his palm, a giant palm was formed, shrouding the entire Lu clan's fortress. Boom. The giant palm landed on the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort. The defensive formation shook violently and only stabilized after a while. It's blocked. It's blocked. Many people in the Lu clan fort were overjoyed. Their defensive formation had blocked the enemy's attack. Humph, how can a broken formation stop me? The ninth layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. His hand glowed and a long spear appeared in it. It emitted a terrifying aura. A sacred weapon? You have a sacred weapon? Xiang's grandfather yelled in shock. Haha, it's an honor for the Lu clan fort to be destroyed by my sacred weapon. The ninth layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan burst into laughter. His true energy surged as he thrust the long spear at the Lu clan fort. Whoosh! The sacred weapon spear seemed to be expanding at an extremely fast speed. Like a pillar that reached the sky, it heavily pierced the defensive array of the Lu castle. Boom! The defensive formation of the Lu clan fort shook violently. Crack! In the end, a crack appeared on the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it exploded with a loud bang. The defensive formation of the Lu clan fort had been destroyed. Everyone in the Lu family fort was as pale as a sheet of paper. Now that the Lu clan fort had lost all their experts, how could they fight against the Zhao clan fort without the defensive formation? Was the Lu clan fort going to be wiped out? Master. Lu Ming, please take Xiang away. You're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao clan won't dare to touch you. Lu Wanjuan's face was pale. She looked at Lu Ming pleadingly. She only hoped to save Xiang's life. Lu Ming shook his head. You don't want to? Lu Wanjun despaired. Just ask the Zhao clan to leave. Lu Ming said. Lu Wanjuan's eyes lit up. Those of the Lu clan are stubborn. Kill them. The ninth layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan destroyed the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort with a mighty aura. He held the long spear in his hand like a deity. He wanted to take the lives of the Lu clan. His long spear was about to strike the Lu clan fort. The terrifying aura caused Xiang Beila's grandfather, an 8th layer martial dominator realm cultivator, to feel despair. Boom. At that instant, a rock the size of a water tank flew out from the Lu clan's fortress, flying toward the 9th layer martial dominator of the Zhao clan at a terrifying speed. Flames of the Lu Ming's grandfather from the Lu clan fort as a meteor. The expression of the 9th level martial emperor of the Zhao family changed. He changed the direction of his holy weapon and thrust it at the stone. Boom. The stone exploded, but the old man of the 9th martial emperor layer of the Zhao clan was forced to take 3 steps back. Who? The martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan royal realm. He was actually forced back 3 steps by a piece of rock. It's me. A clear voice could be heard as Lu Ming stepped into the air and approached the martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan. Lu Ming had casually grabbed a rock from the side and tossed it out. Although it was just an ordinary rock, it contained Lu Ming's vital essence and chaotic domain. It was as heavy as a mountain and it forced the other party to take 3 steps back. Mr. Lu Ming. Lu Wanjuan's face turned pale, but on second thought, Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao clan would not dare to harm Lu Ming. Kid, who are you? The 9th layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Now I'll give the Zhao clan a chance. Take the blood oath and never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then piss off. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha. Not only did the 9th layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan burst out laughing, Zhao Tianba and the others from the Zhao clan also burst out laughing. Who is this kid? How arrogant, asking us to take the blood oath and piss off. I'm afraid this kid has lost his mind. Ridiculous, leave this kid to me. A 6th layer martial royal realm cultivator, I'll kill him with a single move. The crowd of the Zhao clan burst out laughing mockingly. Who is he? Many people in the Lu clan fort exchanged glances with one another. Patriarch, his name is Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. He even has Xiang as his disciple. The middle-aged man who had led the way for Lu Ming came up to Xiang's grandfather and whispered. A disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Xiang's grandfather's eyes flickered before he let out a sigh and said, unfortunately his cultivation is too weak. He's only a 6th layer martial royal realm cultivator. However, since he's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, the Zhao clan would not dare to harm him. If a battle breaks out later, ask him to bring Xiang away. He had the same thought as Lu Wanjun, which was to bring Xiang away. A 6th layer martial royal realm cultivator was too weak to turn the tide. It seems like you're not leaving? Lu Ming said calmly. Nonsense, today the Lu clan fort will not leave a single person alive. No, the young woman will stay. The ninth layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan said coldly. Sai, I didn't want to kill anyone during this period, but you all insisted on dying. Lu Ming let out a sigh all of a sudden. It was true that he did not want to kill anyone during this period, as killing someone would require him to unleash his murderous intent. Unleashing his murderous intent would strengthen his murderous intent. His main goal was to erase the murderous intent deep within his soul. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to kill someone now. Shameless boasting, I'll kill you first. The ninth layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan snapped and stabbed at Lu Ming with a sacred spear in his hand. Watch out. Xiang's grandfather Lu Wanjun and the others blurted out. Bus. Meanwhile, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. A dragon cry could be heard as the black dragon spear lashed out. A spear glow collided with the opponent's spear. At the moment of the collision, Lu Ming executed the 13 accumulating blows, stacking them together. A terrifying force penetrated the opponent's spear and penetrated his body, causing him to let out a cry of agony as his figure was knocked backward while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The hand holding the spear exploded due to the terrifying force. With Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 6th layer martial royal realm, it was easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th layer martial royal realm expert. Die. Lu Ming uttered a roar as a terrifying murderous intent encapsulated his opponent's figure. At the same time, he executed the godly sword art and stabbed his opponent's spiritual spirit. The opponent let out a cry of agony, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart. Whoosh. The spear glow pierced through the sky and penetrated the dantian of the 9th layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan, destroying his spiritual spirit. The man let out a cry of agony before his corpse fell to the ground. Dead. A 9th layer martial royal realm expert with a sacred weapon had been killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. The place fell into a dead silence. Chapter 1567. He was only a LV6 martial royal realm cultivator, but he had killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert in 2 moves. It was shocking. A peerless genius. He must be a peerless genius from the Dragon God Valley. Xiang's grandfather trembled in excitement. He was definitely a peerless genius, and an extremely terrifying one at that. To be honest, he had never heard of such a person in his entire life. If he wasn't a peerless genius, then what was he? That's amazing. Young Master Lu Ming is so powerful. Lu Wanjun was also dumbfounded, her face full of shock. She was overjoyed when she remembered that Lu Ming had taken Xiang as his disciple. Such a peerless genius had taken Xiang as his disciple. This was a great opportunity for Xiang. Whoosh. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the spear from the LV9 martial royal realm elder into his hand. He then put it away. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qianba and the others coldly. Zhao Qianba and the others shuddered and their faces turned pale. Fight? Oh. Even the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan fort, a LV9 martial royal realm expert with a sacred weapon, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. How could they fight? Do they have a death wish? If you don't want to fight, swear a blood oath that you will never invade the Lu clan fort. Let me tell you, the Lu clan fort and the Dragon God Valley are safe. Lu Ming said coldly. You are from the Dragon God Valley? Zhao Qianba said with difficulty. That's right. Lu Ming said. So you are a peerless genius from the Dragon God Valley. We were blind to not know that the Lu clan fort was related to the Dragon God Valley. We swear that we will never invade the Lu clan fort again. Zhao Qianba said hurriedly. After hearing that Lu Ming was from the Dragon God Valley, Zhao Qianba gave up on the idea of invading the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming, with his cultivation of LV6 martial royal realm, had easily killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert. Such a genius was definitely a rare genius in the Dragon God Valley. His status was extraordinary. Unless the Zhao family fort wanted to be annihilated, they would not dare to offend such a person. Now, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to offend the Lu family fort. Immediately, Zhao Qianba and the higher-ups of the Zhao clan swore a blood oath that they would never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then they boarded the warship and left. Phew! The people of the Lu family fort heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged a bullet. I am Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, young Master Lu Ming. Xiang's grandfather came before Lu Ming and respectfully cupped his fists. Senior, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm Xiang's master. Naturally, I won't sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming smiled. Gongzi Lu Ming, this way please. Lu Jinghao quickly invited Lu Ming into the Lu family fort. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Lu family fort with Lu Jinghao and the others. Lu Jinghao immediately ordered for a banquet to be prepared to celebrate Xiang Xiang's apprenticeship. After the banquet, Lu Ming, Lu Jinghao, Lu Wanjun and the higher-ups of the Lu family fort sat on both sides of the hall. Of course, little Xiang Xiang was beside Lu Wanjun as well. The higher-ups of the Lu family were very happy. Now that Xiang Xiang had become Lu Ming's apprenticeship, she had established a connection with the Dragon God Valley. In the future, with the Dragon God Valley as her backing, no one would dare to touch the Lu family fort in this area. Xiang Xiang, come here. Lu Ming looked at Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang obediently came to Lu Ming's side. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he put it on Xiang Xiang's finger. He said, I still have some matters to attend to during this period of time. I can't bring you back to the Dragon God Valley to cultivate for the time being. There are some spiritual medicines and elixirs in here that can aid your cultivation. There are also some spiritual weapons and inscription scrolls. Keep them for your own use. Thank you, Master. Xiang Xiang said obediently. I'll be back in a year's time and bring you back to the Dragon God Valley. After saying that, Lu Ming's body glowed and he tapped Xiang Xiang's forehead 3 times. He said, I've left 3 marks on your body. Each mark has the power of a full blow from me. If anyone tries to harm you, the marks will appear and kill the enemy. His words made some of the Lu family members' hearts skip a beat. They knew that Lu Ming's words were meant for them. Lu Ming had just given Xiang Xiang a storage ring. With his status, he would definitely give her a lot of things. It was inevitable that some people would be greedy. But his words made some people's greed disappear completely. Patriarch Lu, I'll be staying in the Lu family fort for a few days. First, I'll bring Xiang Xiang to cultivate and teach her a lesson. Second, I know a little about the way of inscription. In these few days, I'll set up a large formation around the Lu family fort. Even a half-saint would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Lu Ming looked at Lu Jinghao. Lu Jinghao was overjoyed and thanked Lu Ming repeatedly. Xiang Xiang, come with me. Then Lu Ming held Xiang Xiang's hand, took a step forward and disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming brought Xiang Xiang to a mountain peak not far away. Then Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Ming Lian's second body walked out. Xiang Xiang looked at the 2 identical Lu Ming in surprise. Her dark eyes were filled with curiosity. Ming Lian's second body smiled and took a step forward. He appeared around the Lu family fort and began to inscribe a defensive formation. He was doing his best because he felt guilty toward the Lu family fort. Secondly, Xiang Xiang would be staying in the Lu family fort for a year. He was also thinking about Xiang Xiang's safety. Ming Lian's second body began to inscribe the formation while Lu Ming's main body began to teach Xiang Xiang how to cultivate. Before this, Xiang Xiang had not started cultivating and her bloodline had not awakened. Now, the first step was to help Xiang Xiang awaken her bloodline and enter the first level of cultivation, the illuminating pulse level. Xiang Xiang, sit properly and do as I say. Lu Ming instructed. Xiang Xiang obediently sat on the ground with her legs crossed. Lu Ming circulated his true origin and tapped on Xiang Xiang's body a few hundred times. Streams of true origin entered Xiang Xiang's body. After a while, Xiang Xiang's body began to emit a green glow. This is? At this moment, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The grass around Xiang Xiang began to grow wildly. After a while, the grass grew taller than Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xiang Xiang were drowned in the grass. Lu Ming's true origin trembled and the grass turned into powder. However, grass continued to grow from the ground. The green glow on Xiang Xiang's body became increasingly stronger. But at this moment, a ball of green light flew out from Xiang Xiang's spine. On the green ball of light, there were 9 golden chakras that shone brightly. A divine bloodline of the 9th level. This. Lu Ming had a dumbfounded look on his face. There was no doubt that this ball of light was a bloodline. But wasn't this the number 1 bloodline? Why was it a divine bloodline of the 9th level? It had directly reached the highest level. What was going on? Lu Ming's spiritual awareness entered Xiang Xiang's body and carefully sensed it. Amazing, truly amazing. It seems that there is only one type of bloodline. Lu Ming's current cultivation was very high. In addition, he had the secret technique to see through talent in the 9 dragons' memories. Naturally, he could sense it very clearly. Chapter 1568. Whoosh whoosh. After Xiang Xiang's bloodline appeared, wisps of green energy gathered around the mountain peak and entered Xiang Xiang's body. They began to connect the meridians in Xiang Xiang's body. Soon a ray of light shot up into the sky. This is the first divine vein. So fast. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. But then, a second ray of light and a third ray of light rushed out. All 3 divine veins were opened. Lu Ming was speechless. The speed was too shocking. Thinking back, when Lu Ming had just stepped into the martial Tao, he had spent a lot of effort to open 3 divine veins. He had even used the true battle dragon art to open them. But now, in just a few minutes, Xiang Xiang had opened all 3 divine veins. After opening all 3 divine veins, Xiang Xiang's cultivation naturally entered the first realm of the martial warrior realm, the martial warrior realm. She reached the first stage of the martial warrior realm. But all of this was far from over. Between heaven and earth, there was a constant stream of green energy that entered Xiang Xiang's body. Xiang Xiang naturally used the universal scripture to absorb and refine the energy. Her petite body was completely enveloped in a ball of green light. She can use the universal scripture so quickly? Lu Ming was getting more and more surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the energy between heaven and earth was constantly being refined by Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Her cultivation was also increasing crazily. First stage martial warrior, second stage martial warrior, third stage martial warrior. In less than half a day, Xiang Xiang's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the martial warrior realm. Then after a while, Xiang Xiang's body emitted a rumbling sound. She had broken through and reached the first stage of the martial master realm. Lu Ming was already numb. She had just started cultivating and her cultivation had reached the first stage of the martial master realm in just over half a day. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Talent, this was talent. Lu Ming's own talent was far inferior to Xiang Xiang's. Lu Ming grinned from ear to ear. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This disciple's future achievements would probably be extremely shocking. At this time, Xiang Xiang's cultivation finally stopped rising and she opened her eyes. Huh? Is this my bloodline? With a thought, Xiang Xiang's bloodline flew in front of her. Xiang Xiang looked at it curiously. Then with just a thought, her bloodline would fly into her spine and hide there. Then it would emerge and hide again. She was having a lot of fun. How wonderful. My body. Xiang Xiang took a step forward and was several meters away. Then green true essence spread out from her body and grass grew under her feet. Xiang Xiang, in the future, try not to reveal your bloodline and cultivation in front of others, do you understand? Lu Ming warned. Xiang Xiang's current cultivation was still weak. If she revealed too much, she would probably be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Xiang Xiang understands. Xiang Xiang nodded obediently. In the following time, Lu Ming began to impart his cultivation experience and a few martial skills that were more suitable for Xiang Xiang. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiang Xiang's progress was too shocking. It was as if she was advancing 1 level a day. 7 days later, Xiang Xiang's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the martial master realm. However, as her cultivation increased, Xiang Xiang's improvement finally slowed down. At this time, the formation to refine the second body was finally completed. It was also time for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming brought Xiang Xiang back to the Lu family castle. He found Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao and handed Xiang Xiang over to them. Master, Xiang Xiang is waiting for you to come and fetch me. Xiang Xiang blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming patted Xiang Xiang's little head and then bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun before leaving the Lu family castle. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming allowed the strong wind to blow on his face as he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After passing through layers of mountains, a city began to appear. Lu Ming's body also began to change, turning into an ordinary dark-skinned young man. Now that he was targeted by the evil spirit sect, he naturally had to be more careful on this trip. It was safest to disguise himself. He had no goal on this trip and was traveling casually. Sometimes he would feel something and sit on the peak of a mountain, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west. He would watch the clouds move and fill the sky with multicolored light. He sat there for a month. During this process he did not cultivate. Instead, he emptied his mind and forgot everything as if he had become one with nature. After a month he left this place. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the mouth of a volcano, allowing the flames to burn his body and extinguish the killing intent in the depths of his heart and soul. He was like an old monk in meditation. Another month passed. Then he came to a land of ice and snow and casually lay on a glacier. He allowed the snow to cover his body but he slept soundly. This sleep lasted for another month. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled all over the Tsang state, enjoying different sceneries. His mind and body were emptied and merged with nature. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The Feng family village was a very small village. There were only a few dozen families in the village, and it was located in the far west of the Tsang state. In the village, in front of a wooden house, a dark-skinned young man was holding a piece of wood in his left hand and a small knife in his right. He was seriously carving. The small knife in the young man's hand was like flowing water. It was smooth and harmonious, as if he had merged with nature. Wood shavings flew from the wood. Soon, the piece of wood turned into a woman, a peerless woman who was devastatingly beautiful. "Brother Lu, is this your lover? She's so beautiful." A young girl about 15 or 16 years old, with slightly dark skin, but healthy and beautiful. She skipped over and curiously looked at the wooden sculpture in the young man's hand. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who traveled all over the Tsang state. 3 months ago, Lu Ming came to this small village in the far west of the Tsang state. This small village was simple, natural, and sincere. Lu Ming liked this small mountain village very much. Hence, he stayed in this small mountain village and became a carpenter in this small mountain village. He helped the village repair furniture and other things. When he was free, Lu Ming would carve some sculptures. "Is that so? Little Ling is also very beautiful?" Lu Ming smiled. The young girl in front of him was called Feng Ling. She was the granddaughter of the village chief. Lu Ming's small wooden house was located near the village chief's house. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and the village chief were very familiar with each other. "Is that so?" Feng Ling laughed excitedly like a northern sparrow. "Brother Lu, then you should carve a sculpture for Feng Ling too." Feng Ling looked at Lu Ming expectantly. "Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled and his gaze fell on the sculpture he had just carved. The sculpture was of Xian Yanqing's appearance. Chapter 1569. Phoenix Incense Wood. This little village has so much phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The wood had a faint pattern on it, which resembled a phoenix. It was a very precious spiritual wood, the phoenix incense wood. The phoenix incense wood would emit a faint fragrance. Martial cultivators would often carry it with them, as it could calm their minds and prevent them from having inner demons. It was extremely helpful in comprehending one's cultivation. Although it was incomparable to the tree of enlightenment, it was still a precious treasure. This little village had quite a lot of the spiritual wood. Some of the villagers even used it to make furniture, which was quite luxurious. Lu Ming had collected quite a lot of phoenix incense wood for the carpenters. Lu Ming had carved them into statues and accessories, which he planned to give to his friends and family. It would be very helpful to his cultivation. A year is almost up. It's time to leave and return to the Dragon God Valley in a few days. Lu Ming thought. He enjoyed his life in this little village, which was worth remembering. However, he had to leave this place eventually as he did not belong here. After nearly a year, Lu Ming had completely obliterated the murderous intent in the depths of his soul. His gaze was gentle and pure, like a pool of clear spring water. He had not purposely cultivated for the past year. However, his cultivation was still improving slowly. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. His chaos domain had also reached the peak 6th layer. He had not purposely comprehended the chaos domain, but it was not in vain. He felt that he was in perfect harmony with the heavens and earth. As for the chaos domain, it was also comprehended from the heavens and earth. He felt that he would be able to improve his chaos domain to the 7th layer in no time. Furthermore, due to his harmony with the heavens and earth, it would be faster for him to comprehend the chaos domain. "Brother Lu Lingling, it's time for dinner." A slightly aged voice could be heard. It was the voice of the village chief, Feng Ling's grandfather. "Coming, Grandpa." Feng Ling replied and pulled Lu Ming along. "Brother Lu, come, let's eat. Grandpa has prepared a few jars of good wine." Lu Ming put away the statue of Xian Yanqing and followed Feng Ling into the village chief's residence. "Girl, you want to drink again, right?" A white-haired old man in his 60s glanced kindly at Feng Ling and scolded her. "Grandpa, just a little, just a little." Feng Ling ran in front of the old man and pulled his arm, shaking it with all her might. "Good, good, you little girl." The old man lovingly rubbed Feng Ling's head. The three of them sat down and the village chief poured 3 cups of wine for them to eat and drink. Whoosh! At that instant, a bird's cry could be heard coming from the heavens and earth. The three of them couldn't help but look towards the north. It's calling again. The phoenix is calling again. It's been half a month. I'm afraid this area won't be peaceful anymore. The village chief sighed. "Grandpa, is there really a divine phoenix residing in the Tianfeng Plains?" Feng Ling asked curiously. That's right. Legend has it that there is indeed a divine phoenix residing in the Tianfeng Plains. The village chief said. Grandpa, why do I feel that the phoenix's cry sounds like a cry of despair? Feng Ling asked. Sai, that's what I feel too. I don't know what happened, but I hope that nothing bad will happen. The village chief sighed and seemed to be worried. A divine phoenix? Lu Ming also looked to the north and frowned. The Tianfeng Plains was one of the 6 forbidden grounds in Song Province. This small village was not far from the Tianfeng Plains. According to the village chief, the phoenix incense wood came from the Tianfeng Plains. But since half a month ago, the cries of phoenixes could be heard coming from the Tianfeng Plains from time to time. They were filled with despair and indignation. Swoosh, swoosh. A few rainbow lights flashed across the sky in the north. Finally, there are martial Dao experts who are attracted here. The village chief sighed as he saw the rainbow lights. Soon the 3 of them finished eating and drinking. Night fell. In the night sky, Lu Ming stood in midair looking toward the north. Whoosh, whoosh. Rainbow lights flashed across the sky in the north from time to time like shooting stars. Every rainbow light was a martial Dao expert. Lu Ming watched for a while before returning to the wooden house to rest. In the next few days, the cries of phoenixes could be heard continuously. More and more experts came to this place. He could even see groups of experts whizzing across the sky. The cries of phoenixes had been going on for half a month. There must be something unusual. Some experts nearby would naturally come to check it out. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Ming flew to the north. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the periphery of the Tianfeng Plains. Standing in the sky and looking at the Tianfeng Plains, it was a spectacular sight. The heavenly wind plains was filled with endless gales. Tornadoes the size of mountains howled and moved within the heavenly wind plains, piercing through the sky. There were countless giant tornadoes scattered across the vast Tianfeng Plains. These tornadoes were extremely terrifying. Even Sage Realm experts would be shredded to pieces if they were sucked in. Many Sage Realm experts had tried to explore the Tianfeng Plains, but they had all died inside. Therefore, the Tianfeng Plains was known as one of the 6 great forbidden lands in Song Province. However, the strange thing was that the tornadoes seemed to only move within a certain range. It was very peaceful outside the Tianfeng Plains. It was like 2 different worlds. Many people stood in the sky outside the Tianfeng Plains, looking at the Tianfeng Plains. However, no one dared to enter. The Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect. Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect had the most experts here. This was to be expected. The Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect were located in the western part of Tsang Province. Naturally, they would have the most people here. Other than that, there were also some scattered experts from small forces. At this moment, some uninvited guests had arrived in the small mountain village. They were a few burly men. They hovered above the village chief's wooden house with arrogant expressions. Their powerful auras enveloped the village chief and Feng Ling, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously from the Heavenly God Sect. Old man, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. A middle-aged man with a cold and arrogant gaze looked down at the village chief and ordered. Yes. My lords, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. This old man will definitely tell you everything he knows. The village chief quickly bowed and nodded. Chapter 1570. The middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, Since you all live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry started in the Tianfeng Plains? About half a month ago. It was very loud then, but it seems to be getting weaker now. The village chief answered honestly. Half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the Tianfeng Plains in your village? Tell me in detail. The middle-aged man instructed. The village chief told them about the legends of the Tianfeng Plains in detail. After the village chief finished, the Sky Divinity Sect members frowned and fell into deep thought. They then scanned the village chief's courtyard hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He stepped out and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. He looked at it carefully and was surprised. Phoenix incense wood. This is actually made of phoenix incense wood. Phoenix incense wood is actually used to make a chair. What a waste. With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious and looked around. That chair is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood. The middle-aged men's eyes lit up. They moved quickly and kept all these things. Haha, the bed inside is also made of phoenix incense wood. The young man laughed and was about to rush into the room. Hey, why are you acting like bandits? That's my bed. Where am I supposed to sleep if you take it away? Feng Ling could not help but shout. What did you say? The middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Feng Ling. Feng Ling's body trembled and she stepped back. Blood flowed out of her mouth. However, Feng Ling was extremely stubborn and wanted to say something again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Feng Ling. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Sky Divinity sect members. Please forgive her. My granddaughter is young and insensible. You are all heroes. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut. Otherwise she won't even know how she died. The middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief nodded. The middle-aged man walked into the room and took away Feng Ling's bed. Bang. At this time, in another part of the village, a wooden house suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air as several green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. It was clear that other than the celestial sect's large man and a few others, there were others who came to the village and discovered the phoenix incense wood. There's more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the poison sect take everything. When the heavenly divinity sect's men saw this, they hurriedly rushed to the other villagers' houses. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. Before anyone else discovered it, they had to plunder it clean. A few burly men from the celestial sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and began to plunder without restraint. When a villager tried to stop them, they were sent flying with a slap. Grandpa, what kind of sect are these disciples of? They're like bandits. Feng Ling felt indignant. Sigh, the world of martial arts has always been one where the strong prey on the weak. Village chief sighed. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he cried out, Not good, that's the ancestral hall. After saying that, the village head hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house. Feng Ling hurriedly followed. At this time, the burly men from the celestial sect and the green-robed youths had already arrived in front of the stone house. The memorial tablets inside are actually made of phoenix incense wood. We're rich, we're rich. A burly man from the celestial sect cried out in surprise. That's ours. The green-robed youth's eyes lit up. Don't even think about it. We found it first. The middle-aged man from the celestial sect said. They strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. Sirs, wait a moment. The village head rushed over and stopped in front of the stone house. He bowed repeatedly. Old man, what are you doing? Why aren't you scramming? The middle-aged man berated. Sirs, the memorial tablets of our ancestors are in there. Please don't take them away. This old man is begging you. The village head knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. The memorial tablets of the ancestors of the village were placed in the stone house. He could take everything else, but he could not allow anyone to take those memorial tablets away. Otherwise, how could he face his ancestors? Old man, scram. The middle-aged man kicked the village head out and smashed the wall of the stone house. The village head lay on the ground and vomited blood. Grandpa! Feng Ling shouted and rushed to the village head. She helped him up and was relieved when she saw that the village head was only injured. She then glared at the burly men and scolded, You're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from robbers. No, you're worse than robbers. How dare you snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors? Little bitch, what did you say? You're courting death. The middle-aged man exuded a cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Ling. He slapped his palm towards Feng Ling. The middle-aged man had used some of his strength in this slap. With Feng Ling's cultivation, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the middle-aged man's palm was caught by a big hand halfway through. A black-faced young man appeared in front of Feng Ling and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was naturally Lu Ming. He had gone to the outskirts of the Tianfeng Plains to check on the situation. He did not find anything unusual and returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. Brother Lu. Feng Ling called out subconsciously. Sorry I'm late. Lu Ming nodded at Feng Ling and the village head. Brat, how dare you stop me? You're courting death. The middle-aged man saw that it was a black-faced young man who grabbed his wrist. He looked very ordinary. Coupled with the conversation between Lu Ming and Feng Ling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He roared and released his killing intent. Boom. His true yuan exploded and he wanted to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the middle-aged man. Crack, crack. In an instant, the middle-aged man's true yuan was scattered. The bones in his arm broke inch by inch and he looked like a pile of mud. My arm. The coldly arrogant middle-aged man screamed miserably. Bang. Lu Ming grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and lifted him up. He was like a broken sack as he smashed him heavily on the ground. The ground shook as the middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. He lay in the hole and vomited blood. All the bones in his body were broken and he looked like a pile of mud. On the side, the other burly men from the Sky God sect and the green-robed youths were stunned. Then the burly men from the Sky God sect roared crazily, "Brat, how dare you hit someone from the Sky God sect? I'll skin you alive." "Noisy," Lu Ming said coldly and moved. Then he heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming appeared again, the few people from the Celestial sect as well as a few young men in green robes were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were stacked on top of each other and many of their bones had been broken. Chapter 1571. I'll spare your lives today. Next time I'll kill you. Lu Ming said, his killing intent cold. Then he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect were sent flying like rubber balls. They disappeared into the sky. If not for the fact that this was a small village, Lu Ming would have killed them. By the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbstruck. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable powerhouse. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm fine. Sai, I'm just afraid that those people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill every single one of them." There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Then Lu Ming gave the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the furniture of the villagers for fear that other experts would see it and bring trouble. The village chief even went to the ancestral hall and put away the memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village head's courtyard and waited quietly. Outside the heavenly wind plains there was a mountain peak. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting bolder. I asked them to go to the small village to ask about the situation, but they haven't come back yet." One of the young men said coldly. "Let's wait for a while. If they don't come back, go and check it out." The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon a few hours had passed. A few middle-aged men flew toward the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the ones who had gone to the small village earlier. Although all their bones had been broken by Lu Ming, they were martial emperors and had strong vitality. By now they had already recovered a little and rushed over. "What's going on?" The young man in the lead swept his gaze across the crowd and saw that the few men were injured. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "Young Master Luo, you have to uphold justice for us. We found the Phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he not give it to us, he even beat us up. He was extremely arrogant and did not even put our Divine Sky sect in his eyes." The icily arrogant middle-aged man shouted. "Phoenix incense wood? Does that small village have Phoenix incense wood?" The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men flickered. "That's right, there is indeed Phoenix incense wood, and there is quite a lot of it," the arrogant middle-aged man said. "Humph, a small village dares to beat up the people of my Heavenly God sect. You're courting death. Let's go." Young Master Luo shouted coldly and led the other young men and the middle-aged men towards the small village in an aggressive manner. When the others nearby saw this, they revealed curious expressions. The Heavenly God sect's people are so aggressive. What are they trying to do? Did someone offend the Heavenly God sect? Looking at their direction, it seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were many people in the vicinity who followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming sat on a chair with his eyes closed. On the other hand, the village chief and Feng Ling seemed somewhat anxious. They were afraid of the Heavenly God sect's revenge. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face turned pale. Whoosh, whoosh. From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped into the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the others from above. "You're the one who injured the people of my Heavenly God sect?" Young Master Luo stared coldly at Lu Ming. "That's right." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "It's fine as long as it's you. Kill yourself so that I don't have to take action." Young Master Luo said coldly. "Ehe." Qin Nan let out a hollow laugh and ignored young Master Luo's words. He glanced at the middle-aged bulky men behind young Master Luo and said, "I've already said that if you dare to come again, I'll kill you. It seems like you don't take my words seriously." Humph, kid, don't be so full of yourself. You're the one who will die today. The middle-aged man snapped. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with sharpness. How bold. Young Master Luo snapped coldly as his body emitted an icy murderous intent. A powerful aura burst out from his body and encapsulated the entire village. Lu Ming dared to disregard him. A mere scum of a small village, a lowly ant, dared to disregard him. He was the new genius of the Heavenly God sect, with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. The aura of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm encapsulated the entire village, causing some of the villagers to drop to their knees in fear. I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. You can come to me if you need anything. It has nothing to do with the villagers here. Lu Ming snapped coldly. Nothing to do with you? I'm telling you, not only are you going to die today, these lowly ants will all die too. Young Master Luo snapped coldly. Bang. A gigantic palm materialized and descended from the sky. It covered the entire sky and enveloped the entire village. He was planning to raise the village to the ground with a single palm. Bang. At that instant, Lu Ming was infuriated. An icy murderous intent burst out from his body. He had been holding back as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. Previously, he had not killed the middle-aged bulky men as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. However, it seemed like it was useless for a sect like the Heavenly God sect to hold back. The only way was to kill them until they were intimidated, allowing them to retreat. Bang. Lu Ming lashed out a punch, causing a fist intent to rise into the sky and shatter the giant palm into pieces. Lu Ming sprang into the sky and charged toward young Master Luo and his crew. A powerful aura was unleashed toward them. I've given you a chance, but you're asking for it. Lu Ming snapped coldly. 6th layer martial dominator realm, humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. However, I'm telling you, there's a huge difference between our strength even though we're at the same cultivation level. Young Master Luo said. A godly retribution spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the godly retribution spear at Lu Ming. However, he was greeted with a punch from Lu Ming. When the fist landed on the spear of divine retribution, the spear of divine retribution crumbled. The terrifying fist energy broke through young Master Luo's defense and landed on his dantian, penetrating it with a single punch. Young Master Luo stared with his eyes open wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how an ordinary young man he had met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was able to kill him with a single blow even though he was at the same cultivation level as him. He was a genius of the Heavenly God sect. How dare you? The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they stammered as they spoke. Chapter 1572. Kill? Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged towards the other young men. His fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The young men did not even have time to scream before they were killed. Then Lin Fan glanced at the middle-aged men coldly. The middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Spare my life, spare my life. The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down and his body was trembling. I have said before that if you come again I will kill you. However, you did not take my words to heart. You brought about your own destruction. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he slammed his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level martial emperors. How could they stop Lin Fan? They were slapped to death. What a powerful move. Not far away, the other people who had come to watch the show were also amazed. They did not expect the people of a small village to be so bold and powerful. They killed the people of the Heavenly God sect easily. There were even a few geniuses among them. There will be a good show. The people of the Heavenly God sect are not the only ones here. There are many experts who have come. I'm afraid they will go crazy. That's right. The people of the Heavenly God sect will come soon. The people discussed and left the place. They are all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded. Then he became worried. They had killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should I do? The village chief was worried. Village chief, do you want to move to another place to live? Lu Ming asked. The strength of this small village was too weak. In this martial world it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today. If it were not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would have been killed. In that case the village chief would not be able to survive. In the end, if the arrogant middle-aged men were angered, the entire village would be destroyed. This was because the village did not have strong martial strength. However, it had the phoenix incense wood. It had not been discovered in the past. Now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the week. "Grandpa, let's leave this place," Feng Ling advised. "Sai, we also want to leave, but in the Tsang province, there are powerful vicious beasts everywhere. Just one emperor-level vicious beast can easily destroy our village. But here we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can intimidate hundreds of vicious beasts. That's why we are safe. As for those big cities, if we want to live in them, we need to spend a lot of origin stones. How can we have so many origin stones?" The village chief sighed. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that they had nowhere to go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Village chief, I have a Grotto Heaven treasure. You can enter the Grotto Heaven treasure first, then I will bring you to a place." There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu clan fort. The Lu clan fort was extremely spacious. Just a small plot of land was enough to house a few dozen families. Grotto Heaven treasure. The village chief revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed that this little brother Lu before him had a shocking background. "All right, I will call all the villagers here. We will have to trouble you later." The village chief bowed to Lu Ming, then hurriedly left to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept all the villagers into the mountain river diagram. Then Lu Ming waited there quietly. At this time, the news of a powerful villager killing a few heavenly divinity sect geniuses had already spread in the periphery of the Heavenly Wind Plains. Such a powerful villager. The heavenly divinity sect will definitely seek revenge. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Streaks of light whizzed through the air. One by one, figures came to the small village and stood around it. And no one? Did they escape? No, there is one person. Many people looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found a familiar face. Tianshui and Xuanixin. The Divine Dragon Valley was quite far away from here. He did not expect Tianshui and Xuanixin to be here. Tianshui and Xuanixin, like the others, stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming curiously. "That is, Mo Yang. Mo Yang is here. What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman?" There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and they all looked in one direction. There were about a dozen people in that direction. There were 2 young men and a young woman and a dozen old men. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, and demonic chi was soaring. Yanqing. When he saw one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The beautiful woman among the young men and women was Xian Yanqing. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the Zhangzhou. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming at the same time. When their eyes met, Xian Yanqing was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and winked at Lu Ming. "I've been recognized." Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Xian Yanqing. No matter how a person changed their appearance, aura and appearance, their eyes would never change. Obviously, Xian Yanqing had recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Xian Yanqing, and Xian Yanqing also nodded slightly. Lu Ming meant not to reveal his identity for the time being. Xian Yanqing naturally understood Lu Ming's meaning. Mo Yang, who was beside Xian Yanqing, seemed to have noticed Xian Yanqing's abnormality. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. "The people from the Celestial God sect are here," someone exclaimed. In the distance there were at least a dozen figures walking in the air. They were all dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. The person at the front was bathed in sacred light, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. Yusheng. Lu Ming recognized this person at a glance. A year and a half ago, at the treasure peddling meeting in Song Mountain, Yu Sheng was the leader of the Celestial God sect. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yu Sheng had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. Early-stage martial royal realm. This was Yu Sheng's cultivation. It was obvious that Yu Sheng had made rapid progress in the past year and a half. The people from the Celestial God sect stood in the sky above the village. They looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. "You're the one who killed the genius of the Celestial God sect?" Yu Sheng asked coldly. "That's right." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "How audacious. You're courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where are you hiding? Hand them all over and die." A middle-aged man beside Yu Sheng scolded. He exuded the aura of a peak level 7 martial royal realm cultivation. He as expected of a great sect. How impressive, how domineering. Their disciples came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even snatch the ancestral tablets of their ancestors. As expected of the self-proclaimed #1 sect in the Tsang prefecture. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 1573. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the Heavenly God sect pale. What? How dare you steal someone's tablet? No wonder you're a disciple of the Heavenly God sect. How shameful. How could such a sect be as famous as the Divine Dragon Valley? A deep voice was heard. It was Tianshui. The relationship between the Divine Dragon Valley and the Heavenly God sect had worsened after the treasure meeting. Tianshui naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Lad, how dare you slander the Heavenly God sect? I'll make you beg for your life today. The man at the peak of the LV7 Martial Royal Realm shouted angrily. He stepped forward and clawed at Lu Ming. A giant yellow hand was formed in the sky and grabbed at him. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Swoosh. Lu Ming threw the knife out. The knife turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the yellow hand. It then continued to move toward the man. The man's face fell. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at the knife. Clang. The giant axe hit the knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The man's body shook violently. He took 5 or 6 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The expressions of many onlookers changed drastically. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, a very ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife was thrown out casually, and it actually repelled an expert at the peak of the 7th level Martial Emperor realm, causing him to vomit blood. That kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's knife was covered by a LV6 chaotic territory. It was as heavy as a mountain. It was not difficult to injure an ordinary LV7 Martial Royal Realm expert. Who are you? Yu Xing asked with a serious face. He could not believe that there was such an expert in a small village at the border. I'm just a carpenter in a small village. Lu Ming replied calmly. The onlookers looked at each other. A carpenter? How could he be so powerful? Humph, trying to be mysterious. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill. An old man stepped forward with a godly retribution spear in his hand, which he stabbed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Another expert also attacked. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Both of them possessed cultivations of the 8th layer Martial Dominator realm, and were planning to kill Lu Ming with a single move. Kill? Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step forward and soared into the sky. He dodged the sword light and punched out. Boom. The old man's spear of divine punishment was shattered, and the fist energy did not stop, bombarding the old man's body. The old man screamed as his body was torn into pieces. LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert had been killed by Lu Ming with a single move. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the small knife in his hand again, flying toward another person who had attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force of the knife caused his arm to go numb. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's figure was already charging toward him. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled as the man's body was penetrated. His corpse flew a few thousand meters away and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He was no longer breathing. Many people gasped when they saw that 2 LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts had been killed in an instant. How powerful. His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th layer Martial Royal Realm, but his strength is so powerful that he could kill 2 LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts in an instant. His strength is comparable to a top genius. Could he be a top genius? The onlookers discussed among themselves with various guesses. You're courting death. Yu Sheng's eyes were extremely cold as he stepped forward. A sacred glow filled the air as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people were startled. Yu Sheng was about to make his move. Yu Sheng was a top genius with a superior earthly spiritual body. His strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was also an 8th layer Martial Royal Realm expert, his strength was many times stronger than the previous 2. Yu Sheng could easily kill them with a single move. Die. Yu Xing yelled as a godly retribution spear appeared in his hand and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The godly retribution spear was extremely sharp and powerful. It was incomparable to the previous one. Boom. Lu Ming's way of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration could be heard as the godly retribution spear in Yu Sheng's hand vibrated vigorously, as if it would shatter at any moment. A terrifying force surged toward Yu Sheng, causing his face to turn pale. Boom. Following this, Lu Ming threw out a punch with his other hand. Yu Sheng's face turned pale as he threw out a punch with his other hand, which collided with Lu Ming's fist. Another explosion took place, causing Yu Sheng's face to turn pale as his figure was knocked backward. He was being suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming's cultivation was 2 layers lower than Yu Sheng's, but he was still able to defeat a genius like Yu Sheng. Not to mention that Lu Ming's cultivation was now at the peak of the 6th layer martial dominator realm, while Yu Sheng was only at the early stage of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Die! Lu Ming bellowed. His fists were like rainbows, constantly blasting toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng let out a roar as a sacred glow burst out from his body, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Yu Sheng was forced to back off. Let's attack together. Let's kill him together. The others of the Heavenly Divinity sect yelled as they dashed forward and surrounded Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming let out a roar as a dragon's cry could be heard from his body. Following a roar, the godly sword art burst out. Those who were charging toward Lu Ming let out cries of agony as if their souls were being torn apart. On the other hand, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear light shot out like lightning. Buff, buff, buff. In an instant, more than 10 experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Yu Sheng's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use the sacred weapons. The remaining people of the Heavenly Divinity sect roared. A few of them exuded a powerful aura as several sacred weapons appeared, emitting a terrifying radiance. It's Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away there were some powerful figures from the Desire Poison sect. At this moment, some of them took out their sacred weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators nearby were a little dumbfounded. Lu Ming? This person is Lu Ming? The Lu Ming who was famous in the Tsang continent a year and a half ago? The Lu Ming who was going to challenge the Divine Prince at the next treasure sorting meeting? He was hiding in a small mountain village at the border. Is Lu Ming Jr. brother? Attack. Kill. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Sacred weapons also flew out from their hands and shot out. Boom. Boom. Several experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin's cultivation had improved rapidly. They had both reached the early stage of the rank 8 martial royal realm like Yu Sheng. Chapter 1574. Sky Universe Demon Sect, stop the Desire Poison Sect. On the other side, Xian Yanqing gave the order. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack. Xian Yanqing said again, her face cold. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded and attacked the Desire Poison Sect with Xian Yanqing. Sky Universe Demon Sect, what are you doing? Do you want to go against my Poison Desire Sect? The people of the Desire Poison Sect roared. However, Xian Yanqing's face was cold. A black lotus floated above her head and pressed forward. Some of the Desire Poison Sect's experts spat out blood and retreated. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial royal realm. His progress was astonishing. The Black Lotus was obviously a sacred weapon. Although the other people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect did not want to attack, they could only obey the Holy Maiden's order. Mo Yang stood not far away with a cold face and did not attack. However, the Desire Poison Sect's experts were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses in Sangzhou. His cultivation had long broken through to the Sage-to-Be realm. If he attacked, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Desire Poison Sect's experts shouted and began to retreat while defending. They had lost the will to fight. Lu Ming had already displayed the black feather wings and rushed toward the Celestial Divinity sect. The black dragon spear became 1,000 meters long and smashed out, sending a sacred weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning and killed a peak 8th level martial royal realm expert. Buff, buff. Then, the black feather wings slashed out like a knife and killed a 7th level martial royal realm and an 8th level martial royal realm expert. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin also showed their power. Tian Shui's hammer had already been swapped for a saint artifact. Every time he swung his hammer, his might would be incomparably shocking. Even a saint artifact would be sent flying by his hammer. A single strike from his hammer would result in either death or injury. Xuaningxin, on the other hand, wielded a 7-colored saint weapon, which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the other experts of the Celestial Divinity sect were suppressed and killed. Go! In the end, Saint Yu roared and led the remaining people away, leaving behind more than 20 corpses. Lu Ming and his crew did not chase after them. Among the remaining cultivators, there were a few ninth-layer martial dominator realm experts with sacred weapons. If they were determined to escape, it would not be easy to kill them. Haha, junior brother, so you're here? You've vanished without a trace this past year. I haven't heard any news about you. Tian Shui kept his giant hammer and patted Lu Ming heavily as he laughed out loud. I was just about to return to the Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to bump into senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. His body changed back to his original appearance. Lu Ming. A cold voice rang out. Xian Yanqing stepped through the air, like a demoness descending to the world, attracting everyone's attention. So beautiful. Is she the saintess of the heavenly demonic sect? I think so. I heard that there's a new saintess in the heavenly demonic sect. She's peerless and talented. The sect leader of the heavenly demonic sect has taken her in as a disciple and is grooming her. Some people discussed among themselves. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, full of affection. Nothing was said. Tian Shui glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said with a grin, "Ha, junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's so beautiful, a perfect match for you." Junior brother, why didn't you introduce her to us when she's so beautiful? You're going to be punished. Xuaningxin teased. Ah. Lu Ming smiled and introduced them. Xian Yanqing also bowed politely to Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, causing them to be overjoyed. Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They've killed so many people from the Celestial Divine Sect. The Celestial Divine Sect won't let this matter rest. We don't want to get involved. At this time, a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold face. When he looked at Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You guys leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing said. Junior sister, you? Mo Yang's face became even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even colder. When Xian Yanqing had just joined the heavenly demonic sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. Later, when the treasure sorting convention was about to begin, Mo Yang came out of seclusion. When he saw Xian Yanqing, he was shocked. Moreover, she was his junior sister. In his heart, Xian Yanqing was already his woman. Later, when he heard that Xian Yanqing had a boyfriend, he was suddenly filled with intense jealousy and murderous intent. Therefore, he had taken action to stop Zifeng in Song Mountain. Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's better for me to stay by your side. Mo Yang said as his gaze shifted. This made Xian Yanqing frown. As for Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could Lu Ming not see through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already asked someone to leave, but someone is really thick-skinned and insists on following her. Isn't he ashamed? Tian Shui sneered. What did you say? Mo Yang asked with a sullen face. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Tian Shui curled his lips. Humph. Mo Yang snorted coldly, then looked at Xian Yanqing and said, Junior sister, you have to think carefully. Our Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley belong to different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming challenged the Divine Child, so he will definitely be killed by the Divine Child in a year and a half. He won't be able to live for much longer, so it's not too late for you to leave him now. Mo Yang. Xian Yanqing shouted coldly. Her face was unusually cold as she said, Let me tell you, Lu Ming won't die in a year and a half. The Divine Child will be the one to die. Also, you are my senior brother, so I respect you. If anyone else had said such things, I would have already taken action. Now please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Junior sister, you? Mo Yang's face was extremely ugly. In the end, he gave Lu Ming a cold look, then turned around and left. The other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect also left with Mo Yang. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming apologetically. Haha, you don't have to say such things to me. Moreover, this shows that you have great charm. Since such a charming beauty has taken a fancy to me, wouldn't I feel a greater sense of accomplishment? Lu Ming said with a smile. Shameless. Xian Yanqing also smiled. By the way, Xiaoqing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. The Heavenly Universe Demon Sect was adjacent to Dragon God Valley, which was far from the western part of Cangzhou. So, why would Xian Yanqing and the others appear here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Mo Yang and I, along with other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, were chasing a traitor of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. We happened to be nearby, so when we heard the news we rushed over to take a look. Xian Yanqing said. Chapter 1575. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this moment, a piece of news came and the onlookers all flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains? Lu Ming and the other three were also surprised. Junior brother, shall we go and take a look? Tian Shui said. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tian Shui, and Xuaning Xin immediately flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. Chirp! At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard from the Tianfeng Plains. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine phoenix is about to fall and that's why it keeps crying? Xian Yanqing guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Soon the four of them arrived at the periphery of the Tianfeng Plains. The Tianfeng Plains had a vast territory. Many people were standing in the air at the periphery of the vast plains. Lu Ming and the other three were standing at the back. They were not eye-catching at all. Whoosh whoosh, in the Tianfeng Plains strong winds howled and huge tornadoes swept across the land. There were many of them and they were densely packed together. It was a spectacular sight to behold from afar. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. They seemed to have appeared suddenly 80,000 years ago. Some guessed that there had been a great battle between powerful experts and they were formed by the power of law. Others speculated that they were formed because of a formation set up inside. There were many different opinions and no one agreed on the answer. But now, some tornadoes were moving slowly towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. As time passed, the number of moving tornadoes increased and they were all moving in the same direction towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Gradually, the number of tornadoes on the heavenly wind plains decreased, and the place became bustling with activity. At this moment, another phoenix cry was heard and it seemed to be clearer. The Tianfeng Plains have retreated. Something must have happened inside. There must be treasures in there. Opportunities and dangers coexist in any forbidden land. Now that the Tianfeng Plains have retreated, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people were tempted and their eyes were burning. Whoosh! Suddenly someone moved and rushed into the Tianfeng Plains. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and rushed into the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Seeing that the person was fine, even more people moved. They rushed towards the heavenly wind plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. It won't be too late to retreat if there's danger. Even more people rushed towards the heavenly wind plains. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. This was even more so for martial arts cultivators. They had to rely on themselves to seize opportunities. Rainbow lights flashed and countless figures charged into the heavenly wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Desire Poison sect, Yu Sheng and the others from the Celestial God sect as well as Mo Yang and the others, rushing into the Tianfeng Plains. Let's go take a look too, Lu Ming said. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright. Tian Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Then they stepped forward and charged into the Tianfeng Plains. Hoo-hoo, as soon as they rushed into the Tianfeng Plains, they felt the whistling of the wind. It was like a blade blowing on their bodies. They used their true ether to protect their bodies, blocking the blade-like wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left and they were constantly moving. However, their speed was not fast and there were many gaps which were enough for them to pass through easily. Soon, the three of them had flown thousands of miles into the Tianfeng Plains. Not far away, some people were fighting. One of them was blasted away and swept into a tornado. He immediately let out a shrill scream. In front of Lu Ming and the others, this person was torn to pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power. Tian Shui licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a level 9 spiritual weapon and threw it at a nearby tornado. After the level 9 spiritual weapon was swept into the tornado, it shattered within a few breaths of time. It was cut into pieces by the terrifying wind. The four of them turned solemn. The power of the tornado was truly terrifying. No wonder it was said that Saint Realm experts would most likely die if they were swept into it. It was not a lie. The four of them continued to move forward. Along the way they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Swoosh. Suddenly they saw a branch being thrown out from a tornado. It's the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was so powerful that even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a mark of a phoenix on the branch. That was the characteristic of the phoenix incense wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood that they obtained was also blown out from the Tianfeng Plains. The four of them quickly rushed toward the phoenix incense wood. This phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. It seemed to be a branch from a huge ancient tree. Ah, such a big branch. How many origin stones is it worth? Tianshui laughed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the 4 of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood and get lost. An old man in a black robe snapped coldly. These people were either middle-aged or old men. Each of them possessed a powerful aura. Even the weakest among them possessed a cultivation of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Some of them had even reached the 9th layer martial dominator realm. You're asking us to get lost? You're the ones getting lost. Come and try if you want to die. A giant hammer appeared in Tianshui's hand as his eyes flickered ferociously. Stubborn fools, die. One of the men in a black robe uttered a roar and made his move, charging toward Tianshui. A long spear was thrust forward, encapsulating Tianshui's figure. Die. Tianshui uttered a roar as he lashed out with his giant hammer. Bang. The spear shadows disappeared as the giant hammer landed on the man's body. Following a groan, the man's body was flattened and sent flying a few hundred meters away. Killed with a single attack. Let's work together. The old man in a black robe let out a furious roar as his peak 9th layer martial dominator realm aura burst out. A terrifying saber glow slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were not present during the battle between Lu Ming's group and the Heavenly Divinity sect. They did not recognize Lu Ming's group. If they had witnessed the battle, they would not have dared to attack Lu Ming's group. A cold grin appeared on Lu Ming's face as he poured his true energy into the flowing force gloves and threw out a punch. Bang. The weight of the flowing force gloves was shocking. Together with the chaotic domain and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, its power was terrifying. The saber glow of the opponent was shattered by the punch, while the punch continued toward the old man in a black robe. The old man in a black robe was startled as he blocked with his saber. Clang. Lu Ming's fist landed on the battle saber and the battle saber exploded. His fist did not stop and landed on the body of the elder in the black robe. The elder in the black robe let out an indignant roar. His body exploded just like his battle saber. A 9th layer martial dominator realm cultivator without a sacred weapon. How weak. Chapter 1576. If Lu Ming's words were heard by the people of the small sects, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Holy weapons were the exclusive weapons of the Saint Realm experts. They were very precious and very few people below the Saint Realm had them. Previously, Lu Ming had only encountered top-notch geniuses who were heavily groomed by their respective sections. Only then did they possess a sacred weapon. Some small sects did not have a sacred weapon. Even if some small sects had a sacred weapon, it was also a cornerstone treasure of the sect. Even in the 13 top sects of the Tsang Prefecture, most of the LV-8 and LV-9 martial royal realm cultivators used royal spiritual weapons. Many of the half-sages used royal spiritual weapons instead of holy weapons. Myriad Demons Realm. On the other side, Xian Yanqing shouted as her realm spread out. In Xian Yanqing's realm, there was a beautiful demonish shadow sitting cross-legged and suppressing all directions. An old man of LV-9 martial royal realm was enveloped by Xian Yanqing's Myriad Demons Realm. He roared as if he had gone mad. Then Xian Yanqing slapped out and the old man was killed. Myriad Demons Realm? It seems that Xiao Qing's combat strength has increased after entering the Martial Queen realm. Lu Ming was excited. He was happy for Xian Yanqing. No wonder she could be accepted as a pro-disciple of the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and become the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing's spiritual body was definitely a superior earthly spiritual body. Lu Ming even felt that Xian Yanqing's body was hiding a terrifying power. While Lu Ming was thinking, Tianshui and Xuaningxin each killed a person. In the blink of an eye there were only 3 people left. Let's go, let's go. The remaining 3 people were almost scared to death and ran away frantically. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not bother to chase them. They knew that these people were from small sects and did not take them seriously. Let's share this piece of phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming grabbed the phoenix incense wood and condensed his genuine qi into a knife. He divided the wood into 4 parts and put them away. Is there a huge phoenix incense tree in the Tianfeng Plains? Tianshui licked his lips, revealing a fiery glow. The section just now was clearly just a branch. If the branch was so big, then how big would the main trunk be? The divine bird, the phoenix, resides in the Tianfeng Plains. Perhaps, it lives on the trunk of the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming speculated. Then the 4 of them continued forward. Junior sister. Not long after, A voice was heard as Mo Yang flew over from the side. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tian Shui, and Xuaningxin furrowed their brows. They hadn't expected to meet Mo Yang here. Junior sister, I finally found you. With a smile on his face, Mo Yang flew over and looked at Xian Yanqing with concern. Someone really doesn't have any self-awareness. Sister-in-law already told you to leave. Why are you still here? Tian Shui said disdainfully. Mo Yang glanced at Tian Shui, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for Xian Yanqing, he would have already killed Tian Shui, Lu Ming, and the other two. My junior sister is the holy maiden of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. This time I've been ordered to come out and protect her, so I must stay by her side. Mo Yang said. Xian Yanqing frowned and said, Mo Yang, I don't need your protection. Lu Ming will protect me. Junior sister, I've been ordered by my master, and I dare not disobey. Otherwise I'll definitely be punished when I return. So, even if you chase me away, I'll still follow you. Mo Yang said. Fuck, some people's skin is thicker than an elephant's. Tian Shui said unhappily. It's not just an elephant's skin. It's thicker than a city wall. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Xuaningxin said. Shut up. If you dare to insult me again, I'll kill you. Mo Yang shouted, and a violent aura emanated from his body. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the dense demonic aura burned like flames. Bam, bam. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were suppressed by this aura, and they couldn't help but retreat several steps. Whoosh. Lu Ming appeared in front of Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, spreading his black wings to resist Mo Yang's aura. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in Sangzhou. His cultivation had long reached the sage-to-be realm, and he was definitely not someone they could match. Mo Yang, they're my friends. If you want to touch them, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Xian Yanqing appeared beside Lu Ming, glaring at Mo Yang. Mo Yang's eyes were full of the flames of jealousy, as if they were about to burn. His eyes flashed fiercely and he suddenly smiled and said, Junior sister, you're overthinking. They're your friends, so why would I touch them? Let's go, I'll set off with you. There may be great treasures in the Tianfeng Plains. Xian Yanqing looked at Mo Yang coldly, feeling helpless. Mo Yang insisted on following them, so she couldn't do anything about it. The group continued to move forward without anyone else. The Tianfeng Plains was huge, and they continued to move forward for thousands of miles, passing through huge tornadoes as they slowly went deeper into the Tianfeng Plains. Along the way they heard the cries of phoenixes several times, but they felt that the sounds were getting softer and softer. Hey, look over there. There seems to be a piece of phoenix incense wood. Suddenly Mo Yang pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over and saw a piece of phoenix incense wood on the left. There were huge, exposed boulders on the ground. The boulders were very smooth and they must have been rubbed into that shape by the strong winds. The phoenix incense wood was between the boulders. Everyone rushed over, but no one noticed that Mo Yang's eyes revealed a smug sneer and cold murderous intent. Not good. There's an ambush. Retreat. Just as they approached the phoenix incense wood, Lu Ming inexplicably felt a strong sense of danger. He roared and was about to pull Xian Yanqing and the others back. But it was too late. Figures flashed, and at least a dozen figures rushed out from behind the boulders, surrounding Lu Ming and the others. Yu Sheng, the Celestial God Sect, and the Desire Poison Sect. Lu Ming glanced around and found that one of them was Yu Sheng. The others were not young, and judging from their clothes, there were people from the Celestial God Sect and the Desire Poison Sect. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Yu Sheng's eyes were cold. This brat has killed so many people from the Celestial God Sect. He's really digging his own grave. A white-haired elder from the Celestial God Sect said coldly. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. A half-saint. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and Xian Yanqing's faces changed drastically. The other party had sent out a half-saint expert. Boom, boom. Then a few more terrifying auras erupted, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Half-saints again. The Celestial God Sect and the Desire Poison Sect both had half-saints. In total there were 3 half-saints. Although the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm was 1 level lower than the half-saints, the gap was huge. With the cultivation of Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, who were in the early 8th level of the Martial Royal Realm, they could kill an ordinary peak 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm. However, they were no match for a half-saint. Moreover, there were 3 half-saints. Chapter 1577. Obviously, the Celestial Sect and the Poison Desire clan were determined to kill Lu Ming and the others this time. Moreover, in the Tianfeng Plains, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't even know how they died, so the Divine Dragon Valley couldn't avenge them. It was normal for them to die in a forbidden area. The two of you from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The white-haired elder from the Celestial Sect looked at Mo Yang and Xian Yanqing. Okay, we'll leave immediately. Mo Yang said hurriedly. No, I won't leave. Xian Yanqing shook her head and stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in her eyes. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming is so bold that he offended the Celestial Sect and the Poison Desire clan. He's courting death, so why are you accompanying him? Mo Yang roared with jealousy. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. This is my own life, so I choose it myself. Xian Yanqing said coldly. No, you're my junior sister, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to the Master and the entire Heavenly Universe Demon Sect? I must take you away. Mo Yang said firmly. Little Qing, leave. Lu Ming spoke at this moment. No, I want to stay with you. Xian Yanqing shook her head with a determined look in her eyes. She knew that Lu Ming was doing this for her own good, but she wouldn't leave. Whoosh. At this moment, Mo Yang made his move, grabbing Xian Yanqing's shoulder. The power of law poured in and sealed Xian Yanqing's cultivation. He then grabbed Xian Yanqing and quickly retreated. Mo Yang, let me go. Xian Yanqing roared. I won't let you go. I won't let you die with Lu Ming. Mo Yang said coldly, grabbing Xian Yanqing and retreating from the encirclement. Attack. As soon as Mo Yang and Xian Yanqing retreated, the white-haired elder from the Celestial God Sect roared. A long spear appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifyingly sharp aura as he thrust it towards Lu Ming. Without a doubt, this was a saint weapon. Wah! A pair of black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back. At the same time, a saint artifact shield appeared in front of him. Clang! The long spear struck the sacred artifact shield and sent it flying. Following that, the long spear did not stop and struck the black wings. Lu Ming felt his entire body tremble as he was sent flying by a terrifying force. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuanixin used their saint weapons at the same time. However, the half-saint on the other side also made a move. He also used a saint weapon and was extremely powerful. Tian Shui and Xuanixin were no match for him. Like Lu Ming, they were blown away and almost vomited blood. We can't stay here and fight. Let's go. With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming appeared beside Tian Shui and Xuanixin and said. This time around, it was obvious that the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the Poison Desire Sect had come prepared. The three half-saints all possessed sacred armaments. There were even a few cultivators of the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm who possessed sacred armaments. Their battle prowess was extremely powerful. Bubble? Lu Ming called out. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved its little paws and a space-time passage appeared. The three of them were about to cross the space-time passage and leave. You want to leave? Dream on. The other half-saint from the Celestial God Sect shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a large cauldron expanded to the size of a mountain and pressed down on the space-time passage, blocking their way. Let's rush out and head towards the Desire Poison Sect. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Although the Desire Poison Sect's poison gas was very powerful and could kill without leaving a trace, its offensive power was far inferior to the Celestial God Sect's. Since the space-time passage was blocked, they could only rush out from the Desire Poison Sect's direction. Kill? Tian Shui roared. The three of them gathered together and controlled their saint weapons to charge towards the Desire Poison Sect. Whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of attacks came at them from the side. Lu Ming controlled his saint weapon shield and black wings to defend the three of them. Dong, dong. All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming's shield and black wings, causing a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body shook and his blood boiled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kill, kill, kill. Tian Shui roared madly and Xuanixin roared. The two of them worked together and charged forward. Their combat strength was indeed shocking. Unless one was a half-saint, no one would be able to stop them. Several Desire Poison Sect cultivators were blasted apart by Tian Shui's giant hammer and turned into poison gas. The three of them worked together and charged in that direction. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Poison Vine Law Coil. The half-saint of the Desire Poison Sect was surrounded by surging poisonous aura. He shouted loudly and pressed his hands against the void. Whoosh! Countless poisonous vines suddenly appeared in the void. Each of the poisonous vines was covered with barbs. They covered the sky and the sun, shrouding Lu Ming and the other two. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. These poison vines were formed from the poison vine law. They were filled with poison and were extremely tough. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin's attacks landed on the poison vines but were unable to break them. The poison vines enveloped the three of them from all directions, quickly closing in. Whoosh! The black wings expanded and enveloped the three of them, forming a sphere. In the next moment, the poison vine law arrived and wrapped around the sphere formed by the black wings. Sizzle! Sizzle! The poison vines wrapped around the black wings and emitted ear-piercing sounds. However, the black wings were a saint weapon and the poison vines could not break them. Even the lowest level Mingxing weapon was not something that a half-saint expert could break. Only a saint realm expert could forcefully break a half-saint weapon. What's the use of hiding in a tortoise shell? Let's see if your sacred weapon will be able to protect you in that tornado. The half-saint of the Desire Poison sect spoke coldly. He controlled the poisonous vines and flew toward one of the tornadoes. When it neared one of the tornadoes, the half-saint of the Desire Poison sect slapped his palm and the poisonous vines that were wrapped around Lu Ming and the rest flew directly into one of the tornadoes. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing roared in the distance as she struggled frantically. However, she was held tightly by Mo Yang and could not move. Ah! Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you will still die if you go against the Celestial God sect. Yu Xing laughed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tornado whistled and was extremely shocking as it slowly moved toward the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. The people of the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect watched from the outside for a while. When they saw that there was no movement, they left one after another. Mo Yang, let me go! Xian Yanqing roared. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot and filled with cold murderous intent. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming and the others have been sent into the tornado. They are dead for sure, and they deserve it for offending the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect. Mo Yang sneered, but his heart was wild with joy. Lu Ming is finally dead. Xian Yanqing should give up now. Mo Yang, let me go. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. At this moment, Xian Yanqing had calmed down. However, her body was filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent, which made Mo Yang feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. Humph bitch. Anyway, Lu Ming is already dead. In the future, I will definitely make you loyal to me. Mo Yang thought to himself as he gritted his teeth and let go of Xian Yanqing. Chapter 1578. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had been restored, but her gaze was even colder. She looked at Mo Yang and said, Mo Yang, you are really despicable. You actually colluded with the Celestial sect and the Poison clan to assassinate Lu Ming. You are indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 evildoers in the Zhangzhou. Her words were full of mockery. Junior sister, what did you say? Mo Yang's face changed slightly, and he revealed an ugly smile. What did I say? You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it? How did the Celestial sect and the Poison clan know where we are? Moreover, they were able to set up an ambush here so precisely. If it wasn't someone who tipped them off, then what was it? You deliberately looked for us before and then you were with us to tip us off, right? Xian Yanqing said coldly. She was smart enough to think that meeting Mo Yang was purely a coincidence, but now that she thought about it, she knew that everything had been arranged by Mo Yang. Junior sister, don't slander me. Mo Yang's face was cold. You know best whether you did it or not. I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore. Otherwise I will kill you. Xian Yanqing said coldly. She then moved and flew toward the tornado that Lu Ming and the others were in. Bitch. Sooner or later, I will make you beg for mercy in front of me. Looking at Xian Yanqing's back as she left, Mo Yang's eyes were full of malevolence, as well as a dense and scorching evil desire. Xian Yanqing came outside the tornado that Lu Ming had entered and watched from afar. Whoosh! The tornado whistled and slowly moved toward the Tianfeng Plains. Xian Yanqing followed the tornado and moved inside. After half a day, Xian Yanqing's face changed. This was because many tornadoes had appeared in front of them. This tornado had actually merged with the other tornadoes. Many tornadoes had appeared there, blocking Xian Yanqing's path forward. Lu Ming, you have the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram is something that can only be refined by an emperor-level powerhouse. It should be able to block the power of the tornadoes. Xian Yanqing whispered. Even so, her eyes were still full of worry. She stood there for a long time until Lu Ming's tornado was completely out of sight. Only then did she leave. As Lu Ming and the others were thrown into the tornadoes, the terrifying wind howling and spinning, they were constantly cutting the poisonous vines outside. The poisonous vines were formed from the power of laws and were incomparably tough. However, in the gale they were quickly cut apart and turned to ashes. Sizzle! The fierce wind sliced the black wings, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The black wings trembled unceasingly as they emitted an ear-piercing sound. "Damn it, we've been blasted into a tornado!" Tian Shui roared. "What?" We. Xuanixin frowned. Dong. After a while, the black wings vibrated more and more violently. Lu Ming's chaotic domain that covered the black wings could not withstand the cutting of the wind at all. Soon the chaotic domain was cut open. Lu Ming's body trembled. A terrifying force poured into his body through the black wings. "Senior brother, senior sister, let's go into the mountain and river diagram," Lu Ming said. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that could only be refined by an emperor-level powerhouse. It should be able to block the cutting of the wind. As for how to get out, they could only think of a way later. The wind here was too strong. It was so strong that even with Bubble's cultivation realm, she could not open a space-time tunnel to rush out. Because once the space-time tunnel was opened, it would be destroyed by the wind. Then Lu Ming's glabella shone. He kept Skyhammer and Xuanixin into the mountain and river diagram. Just as he was about to enter the mountain and river diagram, his expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he felt that the air-frozen pearl in his sea of consciousness was vibrating slightly. The air-frozen pearl is a wind attribute treasure. Maybe it can restrain the wind. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a thought, the air-frozen pearl flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and suspended above Lu Ming's head. The air-frozen bead vibrated slightly and a ray of green light shone down, shrouding Lu Ming. At this moment, the vibration of the black wings disappeared. Lu Ming could feel that the gale automatically bypassed the energy emitted by the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The air-frozen pearl was indeed useful. Then Lu Ming put away the black wings. A green halo enveloped Lu Ming. No matter how the wind whistled outside, when it encountered the green halo, it automatically bypassed it. Whoosh! At this moment, a green light flew from below the tornado. It was a green crystal the size of a fist. "It's a wind crystal." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this kind of crystal. The wind crystal was a kind of crystal that only appeared in places with extremely rich wind elements after a long time. It was a wind attribute treasure and was very precious. The wind crystal flew directly to the air-frozen bead and disappeared into it. Lu Ming felt that the light on the air-frozen pearl seemed to be more intense. With a chirp, a bird flew out from the air-frozen pearl and circled around it as if it was cheering. The air-frozen pearl was absorbing the energy of the wind crystal. Lu Ming looked around. There was wild wind in all directions, blocking his sight. He could not see the outside scene at all. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that the tornado was constantly moving. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, another wind crystal flew up from below and integrated into the air-frozen pearl. The air-frozen pearl emitted a light that was brighter. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he went into the mountain-river diagram and the Skyhammer. Xuanixin said something and went out again. He let the air-frozen pearl float and waited quietly. About half a day later, the air-frozen pearl absorbed a total of 5 wind crystals. Rumble. There was a burst of vibration outside the tornado. Is it merging with other tornadoes? Lu Ming guessed. At this time, the bird on the air-frozen pearl chirped, flapped its wings and flew to the side. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the air-frozen pearl to fly to the side of the tornado. The tornado could not hinder them at all. Lu Ming went directly through the tornado and saw that there was another tornado next to it. As soon as Lu Ming came out, he entered another tornado. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the tornado, a wind crystal flew into the air-frozen pearl. Haha, it turns out that the air-frozen pearl wants to absorb the wind crystal. Then let it absorb as much as it wants. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. He controlled the air-frozen pearl to fly under the tornado. Soon it absorbed another 5 wind crystals. Then Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen pearl to rush out of the tornado. Lu Ming discovered that there were many tornadoes gathered and they were close together. Lu Ming did not look at it and continued to rush into the next tornado. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed. He had entered more than 10 tornadoes and the wind-calming bead had absorbed dozens of wind crystals. The wind-calming bead was extremely rich and sparkling and dazzling. It's almost done. Let's go out and see what's going on, Lu Ming said in his heart. Then he controlled the air-frozen pearl to go out of the tornado. Outside there was an open space. Chapter 1579. Tornadoes surrounded the area, and there was no way out. Lu Ming waved his hand and Tian Shui and Xuanixin came out of the mountain river diagram. Junior brother, where are we? As soon as Tian Shui appeared, a giant hammer appeared in his hand and he looked around. We should be in the depths of the Tianfeng Plains, surrounded by tornadoes. Lu Ming said. Oh. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin looked around, and when they saw that there was no danger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll kill anyone from the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan when I see them in the future. But how did they find us before? They even ambushed us there. Tian Shui cursed. It must be Mo Yang. He colluded with the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. That's why we were ambushed. Xuaningxin said. Senior sister is right. It wasn't a coincidence that Mo Yang met us. He deliberately found us and then ambushed us. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had thought of this when they were ambushed by the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. Therefore he let Mo Yang take Xian Yanqing away because he knew that Xian Yanqing would not be in danger if Mo Yang took Xian Yanqing away. Mo Yang. It's him. I'll crush him sooner or later. Tian Shui said with a murderous look. Lu Ming nodded. He would kill Mo Yang sooner or later. This area is surrounded by tornadoes. There must be something unusual. Let's check it out nearby. Lu Ming said. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin nodded, and the three of them went forward to check the area. The area was quite wide, spanning dozens of miles. What's that over there? It seems to be feathers. Xuaningxin suddenly pointed forward. The three of them rushed over and found that the ground was full of holes, and some feathers were scattered. These are phoenix feathers. Lu Ming was shocked. He had gotten a few phoenix feathers before, so he would never be mistaken. The feathers scattered on the ground were all phoenix feathers. There were more than a dozen of them. They really are phoenix feathers. It seems that there is a divine phoenix living in the Tianfeng Plains. Tian Shui said. Senior brother, senior sister, the phoenix feather is very useful to me. I don't know if you can give it to me. I'm willing to use other treasures to offset it. Lu Ming said. He could let his second body refine the phoenix feather flying sword. Previously, there were only 5 phoenix feather flying swords, and the phoenix feathers used in those 5 phoenix feather flying swords were not of a very high level. However, the phoenix feathers in front of him exuded a faint saintly aura. Clearly they were left behind by a saintly phoenix. If they were refined into phoenix feather flying swords, they would be even more powerful. Furthermore, the more phoenix feather flying swords there were, the more powerful the sword formation would be. Junior brother, what are you saying? If you have a use for it, just take it all. Why do you need to offset it? Xuaning thought. That's right. You saved our lives just now. You're treating me like an outsider. I'm not happy about that. Tian Shui grinned. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ming cupped his fists and waved his hand. The dozen phoenix feathers on the ground were all taken into the mountain river diagram and landed in the second body's hand. This place is full of potholes. It's obvious that there was a great battle. It seems that the divine phoenix was severely injured. Could it be that the cry of the phoenix was made after it was severely injured? Xuaning guessed. It's possible. Let's take a look again. Lu Ming nodded and said. Then the three of them continued to investigate. However, the three of them were highly focused. If a saintly phoenix was injured, it was obvious that the opponent of the saintly phoenix was extremely powerful. Whether it was a human or a divine beast, they had to be careful. Along the way, the ground was full of potholes. It could be seen how fierce the battle was. On the way, Lu Ming and the others found a few more phoenix feathers, which were all put away by Lu Ming. Not long after, they found a deep pit. The pit was more than 500 meters in length and width and more than 1,000 meters deep. When the three of them saw it, they speculated that there used to be a huge ancient tree. Now it had been dug away, including its roots. Phoenix incense wood. The three of them looked at each other and thought of the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the divine phoenix lived on the phoenix incense wood. Now, the divine phoenix was injured and missing, and the phoenix incense wood had been dug away by someone. There are scattered tree roots over there. Tian Shui's eyes saw tree roots in the deep pit. The three of them flew down and saw a tree root. It was as thick as a thigh and emitted a strange fragrance. It was definitely the phoenix incense wood. Let's look again. There might be some scattered tree roots. Lu Ming said. The three of them began to search, turning over the soil in the deep pit. Indeed, the three of them found quite a number of tree roots. The value of the phoenix incense wood's tree roots was even more valuable than the tree branches. The three of them divided it equally and gained a lot. It's a pity that the entire phoenix incense wood has been dug away. Otherwise, how much would it be worth if we got it? Tian Shui's eyes lit up. The phoenix incense wood could help a martial artist calm his mind. Any martial artist would need it. How many martial artists were there in Yuanlu? No one knew. The Phoenix Incense Wood was definitely something that everyone would fight for. An entire Phoenix Incense Wood could be sold for a lot of origin stones. The three of them searched carefully again. After finding nothing, they left the place. Soon, the three of them were shocked because they found a person. To be more precise, there was a blood pit there. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. Eden. Lu Ming was shocked. That figure was actually Eden from the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this person. This person's bloodline was a Phoenix Guqin. He could play the divine tune of the Phoenix and was very powerful. Eden was actually able to enter this place. At this moment, Eden was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. The blood in the blood pit turned into phantoms of phoenixes and entered Eden's body. The blood was obviously the blood of the phoenix. Lu Ming, do you know this person? Tian Shui asked. Yes, he came from the same continent group as me. He was a peerless genius in our continent group and later joined the Celestial Sect. Lu Ming said. Someone from the Celestial Sect. Tian Shui's eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. However, Eden was completely unaware of the outside world. He was fully focused on absorbing the blood of the phoenix. Bang! A moment later, an illusionary figure of a phoenix flew out from Eden's body. After letting out a cry, Eden's aura skyrocketed. Fifth layer Martial Dominator Realm. It was obvious that Eden's cultivation had broken through to the fifth layer Martial Dominator Realm. At this moment, Eden opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes widened and he quickly backed away. Lu Ming, it's you? Soon after, Eden let out a cry of surprise as if it was in disbelief. Of course it's me. Why don't you recognize me? Lu Ming said with a smile. Eden pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Ming, I've already left the Celestial Sect. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1580. Eden shook his head. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's philosophy and actions are not in line with my martial Tao. If I continue to stay, my cultivation progress will be even slower. Ah, kid, you have good taste. It's good that you left. The Heavenly Divinity Sect will be destroyed by the Divine Dragon Valley sooner or later. Tian Shui laughed loudly. He would be happy whenever he heard someone belittling the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Are you the only one who left? Lu Ming asked. Ji Hongshan also left. However, after she left with me, she kept heading west and left the Tsang state. I don't know where she is now. Eden said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was good that these people left. It would be difficult to attack the Heavenly Divinity Sect in the future. How did you enter this place? What happened here? Lu Ming asked again. Eden had entered this place earlier than them, so he might know something. I followed the crowd into the Heavenly Wind Plains. Not long after, I had a strong feeling. I followed the feeling and came here. As soon as I arrived, this place was already like this. However, the hurricane did not surround us at that time. After Eden finished speaking, he looked around and frowned when he saw the whirlwind surrounding them. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Eden had entered this place earlier than them. Now, it seems that we have to wait for the hurricane to move before we can leave this place. Eden looked around again and said, Not necessarily. Lu Ming smiled, making Eden's eyes light up. Then the few of them checked the area again, but they did not find anything. Eden, do you want to leave this place? I'll take you with me. Lu Ming said. Can you break through the obstruction of the hurricane? Eden asked. Of course, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The four of them randomly chose a direction and rushed over. When they were close to the hurricane, the air-frozen pearl appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows and scattered rays of green light. Lu Ming's heart moved. The green light turned into a green light screen and enveloped the four of them. Being enveloped by the green light screen, the four of them could not feel the wind outside. The four of them walked forward. When they entered the hurricane, they were not affected at all. This greatly surprised Eden. The four of them walked through the hurricane as if they were walking on flat ground. After a while, the four of them passed through the hurricane and arrived outside. When they arrived outside, the four of them narrowed their eyes. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area was filled with tornadoes. Tornadoes as tall as the sky were revolving around an enormous mountain peak. In the void outside the hurricane, there were many people standing there looking at the mountain in the distance. Lu Ming and the other three immediately retracted their auras and hid in the back. People from the Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect. When they looked forward, most of them were from the Desire Poison Sect and the Celestial God Sect. After all, the Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect were the closest to this place. Naturally, they would have the most people here. Aside from the Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect, The rest were martial artists from small sects and forces. Of course, there were also some people from the other 11 top sects in the Tsang province. Of course, there were only a few of them. Sky Universe Devil Sect. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he saw the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. He also saw Mo Yang, but he did not see Xian Yanqing. Where did Xiao Qing go? Could she be looking for me? Lu Ming guessed, and he became a little worried. Chirp! The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world. This phoenix cry was loud and clear, and it was filled with the domineering aura of the King of Birds. It was completely different from the cry of despair and unwillingness from before. The cry came from the mountain peak. This cry is completely different from the phoenix cry from before. Strange. Could there be two phoenixes here? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, another cry resounded through the world. Everyone's eyes looked at the mountain that was surrounded by tornadoes. Was there really a phoenix in the mountain? At this moment, the mountain shone. Then, everyone saw a phoenix soar into the sky and hover above the mountain, exuding a vast and terrifying aura. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was not a real phoenix at all. It was a phantom made of energy. Boom. Then, a beam of light rushed out from the mountain. The phoenix's cry became even more intense. As for that aura, it was even more frightening. It filled the entire region, and before that aura, everyone had the urge to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. What is this aura? It's so terrifying. This seems to be the aura of a weapon. It's not a living creature, but the aura is too terrifying. It's many times stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. Could it be that there's a supreme sacred weapon inside, or, he didn't say the last sentence, but everyone's hearts were shaken. Everyone knew what that person wanted to say. Or, an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon was the exclusive weapon of an emperor-level expert. When they thought of this, many people's breathing became heavy. There was an emperor weapon hidden in the Tianfeng Plains? Especially the people of the Heavenly Divine Sect and the Poison Desire Sect. If a top sect could obtain an emperor weapon, they would be able to dominate Zhangzhou as long as they activated a trace of its power. Even if it was not an emperor weapon but a supreme sacred weapon, its value would still be shocking. If not for the tornadoes in front, many people would have rushed in directly. On the mountain, the phantom of a phoenix circled, and its cry became louder and louder. Send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. Someone from the Heavenly Divine Sect ordered. At the same time, someone from the Poison Desire Sect also ordered. As long as someone from the other top sects was here, they would think of a way to send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. It was suspected that an emperor weapon had appeared here. This was definitely a big matter that would shake Zhangzhou. As long as the top sects received the news, they would definitely send experts over. After the news was spread, everyone waited. It's a pity that the Dragon God Valley is too far away. Even if we send a message back, it will be too late. Tian Chui sighed. Senior brother, senior sister, wait for me here. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said. Junior brother, what are you doing? Are you going in alone? Xuanning thought. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't go in alone. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had the wind calming bead, so the tornadoes could not stop him. However, Lu Ming would not go in. With his cultivation, even if he went in and obtained the emperor weapon, he would not be able to leave. There were so many people watching. Moreover, this matter was not simple. There seemed to be a force in the dark. That force had injured the divine phoenix and dug out the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the changes in the heavenly wind planes were caused by that force. However, that force had not shown up yet. Lu Ming would not take the risk by going in alone. Then, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and transformed into a sallow-faced young man. His aura also changed into another kind of aura. Then he rushed forward. Chapter 1581. Whoosh. Lu Ming dashed towards the tornado. What's that kid doing? He opened his eyes after seeing the treasure. He's courting death. Some of them sneered when they saw Lu Ming dashing towards the tornado. However, when Lu Ming approached the tornado, he stopped, causing some of them to burst into laughter. They thought that Lu Ming had opened his eyes after seeing the treasure and wanted to rush over, but he was afraid at the last minute. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. His glabella shone and the wind-calming pearl appeared in his palm. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming dashed into the tornado. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to rush into the tornado. That kid has a rare treasure and is not afraid of the tornado. Someone reacted. It's that bead. Who is that kid? We must take him down. A half-saint expert from the Heavenly God sect shouted coldly, his eyes burning with passion. Someone actually had a rare treasure and was not afraid of the tornado. If they could get it, wouldn't they be able to enter the mountain directly? Damn it. Did that guy enter the mountain alone? The people from the Heavenly God sect and the Poison sect were furious. They had already sent back news that the Sage Realm experts would be arriving soon. However, someone dared to rush into the mountain with a rare treasure. Let's surround this place. Even if that kid got a rare treasure, he won't be able to escape. Once he comes out, we'll kill him. The half-saint expert from the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, the tornado that Lu Ming had entered actually moved. It moved in the direction of the Celestial Divinity sect. What's going on? The Heavenly God sect's people were shocked and quickly retreated. That kid's rare treasure can control the tornado. The half-saint from the Heavenly God sect roared, his eyes burning with passion. He was right. The air-frozen pearl could control the tornado. Now, Lu Ming was using the air-frozen pearl to control the tornado. Lu Ming had discovered this when he was in the hurricane. After the air-frozen bead absorbed dozens of wind crystals, it had the ability to control the hurricane. Lu Ming was in the middle of the hurricane. He controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the people of the Heavenly Divinity sect at an increasingly faster speed. Damn it, retreat, retreat. The Heavenly Divinity sect's people roared and retreated quickly. Even a Saint Realm expert would die if they entered such a hurricane, let alone them. Not far away, Tian Shui and the other two were dumbstruck when they saw this. Haha, as expected of junior brother Lu Ming, amazing. After being stunned for a while, Tian Shui exclaimed in joy. As the Heavenly Divinity sect's people retreated quickly, Lu Ming's hurricane speed also increased. It was now several times faster than before as he chased after the Heavenly Divinity sect. At the scene, everyone else was shocked. Since he was able to control the hurricanes, he was simply invincible in this place. Damn it, who is that brat? How dare they go against our Heavenly God sect? Investigate, we must investigate. A half-step sage from the Heavenly God sect roared. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, a hurricane suddenly moved from the side and rushed towards the Heavenly Divinity sect's people. In the Heavenly Wind Plains, there were some hurricanes that surrounded the mountain. However, there were still many hurricanes that stayed in various parts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. At this moment, Lu Ming was controlling a hurricane from afar and rushing towards the Heavenly Divinity sect's people. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of long-distance control. If it was too far away, he wouldn't be able to control it. This time, dozens of Heavenly Divinity sect's people were caught off guard and were swept into the hurricane, including a half-step sage expert. A series of miserable shrieks rang out. Those below the half-step sage realm were instantly shredded into pieces by the hurricane. Only that half-step sage expert was still holding on. A saint weapon appeared on his body and frantically resisted the hurricane around him. No, let me out quickly. That half-step sage expert screamed in horror. He wanted to charge out with all his might, but with his cultivation he was swept into the hurricane and couldn't get out. The terrifying hurricane constantly bombarded the saint weapon, causing it to tremble. It seemed like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Let me out quickly. Brat, how dare you offend my Heavenly Divinity sect? You're courting death. That half-step sage continued to scream and threaten Lu Ming, asking Lu Ming to let him go. How pitiful. Go in peace. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately changed his voice so that others couldn't recognize that he was Lu Ming. Then he controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the other Heavenly Divinity sect's people. Split up and escape. Split up and escape. The remaining Heavenly Divinity sect's experts roared. Then the Heavenly Divinity sect's people split up and fled in all directions. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The speed of the hurricane was still too slow. It couldn't catch up with those experts. Just now it had caught them off guard and swept them into the hurricane. At this moment, the half-step sage expert who was swept into the hurricane couldn't hold on any longer. Crack. Cracks appeared on his holy armament. Then with a loud bang it exploded. No! The half-step sage roared in horror. Then he turned into ashes in the endless terrifying hurricane. Everyone was shocked. A half-step sage had been tricked and died just like that. Lu Ming's figure walked out of the hurricane. The air-frozen pearl shrouded him in green light. The Heavenly Divinity sect's people stared at Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would be riddled with holes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill an expert of my Heavenly Divinity sect? From afar, Yu Xing glared at Lu Ming and roared. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. I just don't like your Heavenly Divinity sect. Lu Ming said indifferently. You're courting your own death. Yu Xing roared. Oh, then come and kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Yusheng's face turned ugly. What a joke. Asking him to kill Lu Ming now? Wasn't he courting death? Kill. A half-step sage of the Heavenly Divinity sect slashed out a beam of saint light toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. His figure flashed and entered the hurricane. The beam of saint light slashed the hurricane and was immediately destroyed by the hurricane's power. Then Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and continued to stare at the half-step sage. The half-step sage's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned and fled. Whoosh! The hurricane swept out. At this moment, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the people of the Heavenly Divinity sect. What are you doing? Mo Yang roared and hurriedly fled. The other people of the Heavenly Divinity sect also hurriedly fled. Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and chased after them. The people of the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Heavenly Divinity sect were in a mess. Lu Ming took special care of Mo Yang. He stared at him and chased after him, leaving Mo Yang in a sorry state. Mo Yang was furious. He was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang Prefecture, but he was being chased up and down in public. He had lost all face. Lu Ming chased after him. Suddenly he changed direction and rushed toward the people of the Desire Poison sect. Chapter 1582. Around them, the people from the other small forces were all a little stunned. Lu Ming was actually chasing after the three top sects at the same time, which was very confusing. However, the people from the three sects were indeed in a very sorry state. Kid, when the Celestial God sect's Saint Realm powerhouses arrive, you'll be dead. Saint Yu roared. Yes, there are also Saint Realm powerhouses from the Desire Poison sect. They will arrive soon. Even if you hide in the tornado, you'll still die. Someone from the Desire Poison sect also roared. They were really angry. Lu Ming was simply cheating by hiding in the tornado. He could only chase after them, but they could only escape. They couldn't fight back, as fighting back was tantamount to courting death. Needless to say, they were very aggrieved. Lu Ming ignored them and focused on controlling the tornado to chase after them. However, the people from the three sects had learned their lesson and stayed away from all the tornadoes. This way, even if Lu Ming could control the other tornadoes, he wouldn't be able to kill the people from the three sections. In the end, Lu Ming stared at Mo Yang and chased him around the area for more than a dozen laps. His face was flushed with anger and frustration. After chasing for a while, when they were far away, Lu Ming silently came out of the tornado. He then changed his figure and aura and came to a place not far from Tianchue and the others. The tornado stopped, but the people from the three sects were still cautious and vigilant, staying away from any tornado. After a while, the tornadoes didn't move at all. Only then did the people from the three sects let out a long sigh of relief. However, the people from the three sects all had terrifying flames in their eyes. They knew that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. If this matter were to spread, the three sects would lose face. Mo Yang in particular was even more furious. Just like that, while the people from the three sects were on high alert, time quickly passed. An hour later, whoosh! In the sky, a white holy light flashed, and an old man in a white robe appeared in the air. Elder, the Saint Realm Elder of the Celestial God sect has arrived. The people from the Celestial God sect were overjoyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the sound of the air being torn apart continuously rang out. At least 7 or 8 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a vast pressure. That was the might of a saint. All of the people who came were of the saint plane. Some wore green robes while others wore white robes. They were the Saint Realm experts of the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. Each sect had sent 3 saints. There were also 2 Saint Realm experts who were not from the 2 major sections. They should be experts from small forces nearby. Some small sects and forces also had Saint Realm experts in charge. Some sects were not weak at all. They were only slightly weaker than the 13 top sections. The 8 Saint Realm powerhouses stood in the void and looked at the mountain in front of them. To be more precise, they were looking at the phantom of the phoenix. What a powerful aura. This is at least a holy weapon or even higher. A sage realm expert from the Celestial Divinity sect spoke, his eyes burning with passion. The other Saint Realm experts were the same. Their eyes were burning with passion. Boom. Suddenly, a saint from the Celestial God sect moved. He took a step forward and the entire world shook. A milky white saint light shot up to the sky from his body. Finally, boundless saint light condensed into a battle blade. The saber was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It crossed the void and slashed at the tornadoes ahead. Boom. The saint light battle blade slashed at the tornadoes, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. The terrifying winds were like endless blades. They kept slashing at the saint light battle blade, and the space around it kept shaking. Break for me. The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect roared. His aura was even more terrifying. The Saint Light battle blade shone brightly as it tried to cut the tornadoes apart. The huge Saint Light battle blade actually cut into the tornadoes. Many people held their breaths and widened their eyes as they looked ahead. Could a Saint Realm expert break through the tornadoes? However, the Saint Light battle blade was only halfway through when it was slashed by the endless wind blades and exploded. The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect had failed. In the distance, Lu Ming's expression was still very serious. The strength of a Saint Realm expert is really terrifying, Lu Ming thought to himself. He knew how powerful the tornadoes were. If a half-saint entered, only death would await them. They wouldn't even be able to resist. However, the Saint Realm expert just now had been able to break through half of the tornadoes. He had almost completely split the tornadoes in half. His strength was truly terrifying. In the face of such an expert, Lu Ming wouldn't be safe even if he hid in the tornadoes with the air-frozen pearl. The tornadoes here are too strong. One person can't break through. How about we work together? A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Work together? Then how will the treasures be divided after we enter? A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect asked. After we enter, of course it will be based on our own abilities. Whoever obtains it will get it. A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Okay, we agree. The 3 Saint Realm experts from the Celestial God sect nodded in unison. Then the Saint Realm experts from the other 2 small sects also nodded in agreement. Boom, boom, boom. 8 Saint Realm experts erupted with a terrifying aura at the same time. Vast and boundless Saint aura filled the air. At the same time, a Saint weapon shot out from each of their bodies, emitting a dazzling light. In the hands of a Saint Realm expert, the power of a Saint weapon was completely different from that of a person below the Saint Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Then the 8 of them attacked at the same time. 8 Saint weapons bombarded the tornadoes at the same time. Boom. The tornadoes shook violently. Although the tornadoes were powerful, they couldn't stop the combined attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts. After a loud boom, the tornadoes exploded into endless gales that scattered between heaven and earth. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw that the tornadoes had been destroyed. Continue. A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect said. Then the 8 Saint Realm experts continued to attack. Terrifying attacks continuously bombarded the tornadoes. Under the attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts, the tornadoes collapsed and turned into wind energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Soon, at least a dozen tornadoes were blasted apart. A huge gap appeared in the tornadoes surrounding the mountain. Everyone could clearly see the situation inside the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain there was a huge cave. Resplendent light shone from within the cave. Surprisingly, the other tornadoes around the mountain didn't move. They didn't fill the gap. Whoosh. Suddenly, a Saint Realm elder from the Celestial God sect turned into a beam of light and charged toward the mountain. He instantly charged through the area covered by the tornadoes. Don't even think about it. The Desire Poison sect expert roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Saint Realm experts charged into the area covered by the tornadoes and into the cave. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 1583. One by one the figures charged into the cave and disappeared. Senior brother, senior sister, shall we go in as well? Lu Ming came to Tian Shui and Xuanixin's side and returned to his original appearance. Alright, let's go in and have a look. Tian Shui said. Lu Ming, I won't go in. Eden shook his head. Eden knew that with his cultivation, he would not be of any use if he went in. If he encountered danger, he would be a burden to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. He rushed into the cave with Tian Shui and Xuanixin. The cave was huge. After rushing in, there was a slanted passage leading downwards. At this time, another phoenix cry was heard. It came from the bottom of the cave, but it was low, weak, and full of despair. Boom, boom, boom. Then there was a terrible roar from below. Is there a big battle down there? Lu Ming and the other two's expressions changed. They became even more cautious. They restrained their auras completely and took out their sacred weapons at any time. At the same time, Lu Ming was prepared to bring Tian Shui and Xuanixin into the mountain river painting. The passage was not long. Soon the 3 of them reached the end. At the end of the passage was a huge and spacious underground cave. It seemed to be man-made. As soon as Lu Ming and the other 2 entered the underground cave, they were stunned. They looked ahead in horror. In front of the underground cave there was a huge wall. On the wall there was a phoenix nailed. Yes, a divine phoenix was nailed to the wall. Its wings and legs were pierced through and nailed to the wall. Its neck was also chained to the wall. Blood continued to flow from his wings, from his feet, and along the wall. At that moment the phoenix was already extremely weak. Its aura was like gossamer. Chirp! It let out a mournful cry that was full of despair. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that the cry of the phoenix that was heard in the Tianfeng plains was from this phoenix. It was full of despair and unwillingness. A divine bird, a phoenix, was nailed to the wall by someone. It could only watch as its blood flowed out and died. How unreconciled was this? Who was it that did this? Boom! Boom! The violent roar interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. It also made Lu Ming shift his gaze away from the phoenix and look down. Below the wall there was an ancient altar. The blood of the phoenix flowed along the wall and flowed onto the altar, seeping into it. A mirror floated above the altar. This mirror was engraved with the image of a phoenix. Furthermore, the image of a phoenix was fluttering around the surface of the mirror. The resplendent light was emitted by this mirror. Chirp! The cry of a phoenix resounded. It was intense, high-pitched, and filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. Lu Ming finally realized that the phoenix phantom that had appeared on the mountain and the high-pitched cry had come from this mirror. There were indeed two different phoenix cries. One belonged to the phoenix and the other belonged to the mirror. This mirror was enveloped by a halo that exuded a terrifying pressure. The 8 saints were attacking the halo on the mirror. This pressure seems to be the pressure of an emperor? Lu Ming was shocked when he felt the pressure from the mirror. He had felt the pressure of Emperor Tsang and the soul destroyer Shakyamuni before. It was extremely similar to this ancient mirror. An emperor weapon. A word flashed across Lu Ming's mind. There was really an emperor weapon here. This is a formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the altar and the ground beside it were covered in runes, forming a huge formation. This is a sealing formation. The emperor weapon is the core. Also, the phoenix that was nailed to the wall is the key to breaking the formation. The blood that flowed out can break the formation. At this moment, many thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Someone had injured the phoenix and nailed it to the wall. The phoenix's resentful blood was used to break the formation here. Now they had barged into this place. The 8 saints were obviously attracted by the emperor weapon. They were attacking the halo with all their might, trying to seize the emperor weapon. In this way they would be helping to break the formation. If Lu Ming could see and think of all these, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses would definitely be able to think of all these as well. However, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses no longer cared about anything else. They only had eyes for the emperor weapon. As long as they could get the emperor weapon, it did not matter what formation they broke. The 8 Sage Realm powerhouses continued to bombard the light screen, causing the underground cavern to shake continuously. The others watched from afar. They could not interfere at all. Crack. After a while the halo could not take it anymore. It let out a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the halo. Then the number of cracks increased. Finally the halo exploded with a bang. When the halo shattered, the cry of a phoenix reverberated through the cavern. The emperor weapon is mine. A saint of the celestial divinity sect shouted. Dream on. Let's see if you have the ability to get the emperor weapon. The saint of the desire poison sect roared. His body was covered in poisonous gas that surged toward the saint of the celestial divinity sect. At the same time he formed a huge hand and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Scram. Those who block me will die. Kill. It was a mess. It was a complete mess. When the halo shattered, the 8 saints were in a complete mess. The 8 of them rushed toward the ancient phoenix mirror. At the same time they fought fiercely. The value of an emperor weapon was too high. It was unimaginable. Dong. A huge hand formed from poisonous gas grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and a phoenix cried. A beam of light shot out from the ancient phoenix mirror and destroyed the huge hand. But then, a huge hand completely condensed from holy light grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Chirp! The ancient phoenix mirror cried out. Then a phoenix shadow rushed out and destroyed the huge hand. Then the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and flew toward the top. A huge cauldron, a saint weapon, came down to suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror flashed and dodged the cauldron's suppression. The huge cauldron did not suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. Its terrifying power slammed into the altar below, causing it to explode. Boom. On the other side, the ancient phoenix mirror crashed into the wall above. Rubble flew everywhere. The ancient phoenix mirror pierced through the mountain and created a tunnel. The ancient phoenix mirror flew out along the tunnel. Where are you going? Chase. The 8 saints soared into the sky and chased after the ancient phoenix mirror. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single saint left in the underground cavern. At this time, everyone looked at the phoenix that was nailed to the wall. Chapter 1584. They were not qualified to fight for the imperial weapon, but now that the saint had left, they could not miss out on the phoenix. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one they rushed toward the phoenix on the wall. Get lost. You're courting death. Kill. Roars rang out one after another and all kinds of dazzling lights exploded, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Suddenly dozens of experts exploded in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Among them Mo Yang was the most terrifying. When he attacked, the sky was filled with black demonic flames. Those who came into contact with them were immediately burned to ashes. There were also a few half-saints from the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. They were also extremely terrifying. With a wave of their hands they killed one expert after another. They were the fastest and they rushed toward the phoenix. No one noticed that the blood of the people who had been killed quickly seeped into the ground and disappeared after spilling onto the ground. At this time Lu Ming also rushed out. However, Lu Ming did not rush toward the phoenix, but toward the side of the altar. There was a stone plate there. It was the size of a plate, and there was a Tai Chi pattern carved on it. Just now, when the altar was shattered, this stone plate flew out from the altar. Everyone thought that the large array on the altar only had one core, and that was the ancient phoenix mirror. However, Lu Ming could see that the large array on the altar actually had 2 cores. One of them was the phoenix ancient mirror. As for the other core, it was the stone plate. To be able to serve as the core of this large array together with the ancient phoenix mirror, it was definitely not simple. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone plate, but the stone plate did not budge. So heavy? Lu Ming was shocked. He tried to grab it but he could not lift it. This stone plate was heavier than a mountain. Let's put it away with the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming's eyebrows lit up, and a beam of light shot out, enveloping the stone plate. The stone plate was successfully put into the mountain and river diagram. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a terrible crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Oh no, it's dangerous. Without a second thought, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated. At the same time, Mo Yang, who was pouncing towards the phoenix, had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly turned around and retreated frantically. However, all peerless geniuses had extremely sharp spiritual senses. They could often sense the danger that was about to befall them. Thus, they could overcome all kinds of difficulties and reach the peak. Lu Ming was such a person, and there was no doubt that Mo Yang was the same. Just as the two of them retreated, wisps of black smoke came out of the altar and wrapped around the group of cultivators. Ah, what the hell is this? Someone shouted in horror. A horrifying scene occurred. All those who were entangled by the black smoke had their bodies rapidly shriveled up, turning into dried corpses. It was like being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. Ah, get lost. The others cried out in fear. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Everyone who was surrounded by the black smoke turned into dried corpses. Break. Only a few half-saints could fight back. They took out their sacred weapons and attacked with all their might, scattering the wisps of black smoke. However, after the black smoke was scattered, it gathered again and all of it rushed towards one person. That person was a half-saint from the Celestial God sect, who had participated in the killing of Lu Ming. All of the black smoke gathered, and its power increased greatly. Even the half-saint's sacred weapon was useless as he was entangled by the black smoke. The black smoke was like small snakes that burrowed into the half-saint's body. The half-saint screamed in despair. Then, like the others, he turned into a dried corpse. Run. The few half-saints who had escaped were terrified. They roared and retreated quickly. The others were also terrified and retreated towards the passage behind them. Lu Ming, Tianxue, and Xuaningxin blended in with the crowd and retreated towards the passage. However, when they approached the tunnel, the walls on both sides of the tunnel suddenly exploded. Several figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the entrance of the tunnel. These people were all wrapped in black robes, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Kill. As soon as these people appeared, they charged towards Lu Ming and the others without saying a word. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected that there would be people hiding on the walls on both sides. It was not difficult for a martial royal realm cultivator to make a big hole in the wall and then smooth it out or even restore it to its original state. As long as he mastered the earth domain or the mountain domain, it would not be too difficult. However, the crowd was distracted by the sacred weapon and the phoenix. They were caught off guard and a large number of experts were killed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword radiance flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The figures fell one by one. Half-saints, half-saints. Someone shouted in horror. There were at least 7 or 8 half-saints among the black-robed men. Sword radiance flashed and no one could block it. The most shocking thing was that there were a few black-robed men standing at the side. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. That was the sacred aura. Those black-robed men were all sacred realm experts. Who are you? How dare you kill the people of the Celestial God sect? A half-saint from the Celestial God sect shouted angrily. However, what greeted him was a terrifying sword radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those sacred realm black-robed men did not attack them. Instead, they walked past them and appeared in front of the broken altar. They bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back to the world, Guardian King. Flesh and blood, I want flesh and blood." Beneath the altar, a shriveled and unpleasant voice rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. Guardian King? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These people were from the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming's mind raced. He finally knew what had happened here. There was actually a Guardian King of the evil spirit sect sealed here. Previously, the array with the Tai Chi array disc and the Phoenix Ancient Mirror as the core was to seal the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. However, the evil spirit sect wanted to save the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. Therefore they entered the heavenly wind planes and severely injured the Phoenix. Then they nailed the Phoenix to the wall and used its resentful blood to break the array. Therefore, over the past half a month, the cries of the Phoenix could be heard from time to time. They were filled with unwillingness and despair, which attracted so many experts. By the time the 8 sages had entered, the power of the array was already very weak. In order to fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror, the 8 sages had forcefully broken the array here and destroyed the altar, allowing the Phoenix Ancient Mirror to escape. This was equivalent to helping the evil spirit sect greatly. Now, the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect was about to come out of seclusion. Guardian King, we'll help you break the last array formation first. A black-robed sage shouted. Then, several black-robed sages joined forces and bombarded the ground below the altar. There was another array formation there. However, that array formation was not very strong. Under the bombardment of several sages, it was on the verge of collapse. "Senior brother, senior sister, let's go through the passage above," Lu Ming shouted. The 3 of them rushed toward the passage above them that had been pierced by the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. Chapter 1585. The 3 of them controlled their sacred weapons and sent the black-robed men flying into the sky. The others had the same idea as Lu Ming and the others and rushed toward the passage above them. At least 100 people rushed toward the passage above them. Some of them rushed toward the passage that they had entered earlier. Kill? The black-robed men killed with all their might and left a large number of corpses in the underground cave. However, there were many of them who had entered this time. Although a large number of them had been killed, there were still a few hundred of them rushing toward the 2 passages. Boom. At this moment, the underground cave shook violently. The formation was broken. Rubble flew everywhere and a dark cave appeared below. An old man who looked like a skeleton floated out of the cave. "Flesh and blood, flesh and blood." The skeleton-like old man's hoarse voice rang out. Then he rushed toward the corpses that had been killed. Wisps of black smoke emanated from the old man and enveloped the corpses. Instantly the corpses quickly shriveled. Even the blood on the ground was absorbed by the black smoke. The skeleton-like old man's body became fuller and more lustrous. "Haha, I, spirit-devouring Dharma King, have finally come out." The old man laughed. His eyes were filled with shocking blood-red light. "Welcome back to the world, Dharma King." Several black-robed saints bowed. You've done well." Spirit-devouring Dharma King nodded. Then he looked at the passage above and said, "I need more flesh and blood. Kill." With that, Shakyamuni devouring spirit soared into the sky and chased after Yi Futian. The other saints also rushed out. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed out of the passage. As soon as they rushed out of the passage, they realized that the tornadoes that had been surrounding them had all disappeared. Even the tornadoes on the Tianfeng plains had all disappeared. The Tianfeng plains had become an ordinary plain. Boom, boom. In the sky there were continuous explosions. Poison gas and sacred light filled the sky. At the same time there was the cry of a phoenix. 8 saints were fighting in the sky to fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. No, there were more than 8 of them. Lu Ming lifted his head to take a look. He discovered that there were more than 10 figures fighting in the sky. The entire sky was about to explode. More than a dozen people, all of them saints. Clearly, more saints had come to participate in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror while they were inside. The Phoenix Ancient Mirror was surrounded by many saints. More than a dozen saints fought against each other, but no one could get the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. Bam! Swish! In the sky, a figure was sent flying and vomiting blood. A saint from the Celestial Divinity sect was injured. There were strong and weak saints as well. Clearly, this person was on the weaker side of the saint realm. Once Lu Ming and the rest dashed out of the passageway, they did not stop at all. They dashed out of the Tianfeng Plains. Behind them, the evil spirit sect members gave chase. Some people from the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Poison Desire sect cried out for help from the Saint Realm experts. The injured Saint Realm expert took a step forward and appeared above the crowd. He asked, "What's going on? How dare you?" A cold, murderous intent flashed across the Celestial Divine Sect sage's eyes. He had been the first to be injured in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. He had been suppressing his anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now he turned his target to the evil spirit sect. Kill? The Heavenly Divine Sect saint took a step forward. Holy light filled the sky, forming terrifying sword chi that charged toward the evil spirit sect. Instantly, more than a dozen evil spirit sect experts were killed, including 2 half-saints. Saints could condense saint power. Once saint power was released, true essence could not withstand it at all and was instantly pierced through. Retreat. The other evil spirit sect members retreated. However, Lu Ming, Tianchue, and Xuaningxin did not stop at all. They continued to charge out. There was a Dharmaraja sealed here. The Dharmarajas of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. Even if they had been sealed for many years, they were still absolutely terrifying. It was best to leave now. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint naturally did not know all of this. Holy light burst out from his body, and he stepped toward the evil spirit sect members with a domineering spirit. "How dare you kill my Heavenly Divine Sect members? Leave no one alive." The Heavenly Divine Sect saint said coldly. "Is that so? Let's see how you kill them." At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. The spirit-devouring Dharmaraja flew out of the passage in the mountain, his body covered in black smoke as he flew toward them. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint looked at the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja and frowned slightly. He realized that he could not see through the other party. He did not know the other party's cultivation level, but he could feel that the other party seemed to be very weak. Humph! An old fellow whose blood is about to dry up also came to die. Kill. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint shouted coldly as a divine punishment spear condensed in his hand. Swoosh! The divine punishment spear pierced out, and a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the sky. Even the space rippled. The god's punishment spear used by a Saint Realm expert was too terrifying. It was completely condensed by the Saint Realm's power and contained the power of laws. Lu Ming felt that even if he blocked it with a sacred weapon, he would be penetrated. Bam! The divine punishment spear accurately hit the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja, and the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja exploded. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint sneered disdainfully. Is that so? With a cold laugh, the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja turned into wisps of black smoke and entangled the Heavenly Divine Sect saint. How is this possible? Under my power of laws, even a natural spiritual body would be severely injured. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint roared in disbelief. Some natural spiritual bodies, such as flame and lightning spiritual bodies, had strong vitality. When their bodies collapsed, it would greatly reduce the damage. However, the power of laws was extremely harmful to these spiritual bodies. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint's spear could definitely injure the other party, but it seemed that the other party was completely fine. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to be devoured by the black smoke that surrounded him. Explode! The Heavenly Divine Sect saint roared, and his saint power burst out, trying to destroy the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja's black smoke. But it was useless. The black smoke dissipated and condensed into small snakes again, drilling into the Heavenly Divine Sect saint's body. This is the spirit-devouring technique. Who are you? The Heavenly Divine Sect saint screamed in horror. At least you have some knowledge to know about the spirit-devouring technique. I am the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja. A cold laugh came from the black smoke. Spirit-devouring Dharmaraja? You are the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja of the evil spirit sect. Chapter 1586. The Dharma kings of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. There was actually a Dharma king of the evil spirit sect here? Pooh. At this moment, spirit-devouring Master King reformed his body. His palm was like a knife, piercing through the air. The heavenly god sect saint was so shocked that he forgot to retreat. His heart was pierced by spirit-devouring Shakyamuni's palm. The terrifying spirit-devouring power was madly devouring the heavenly god sect saint's blood. No! The heavenly god sect saint struggled madly, but it was useless. The spirit-devouring king's terrifying power surged into his body and exploded. His saint heart was directly shattered. The heavenly god sect saint was dead. A saint was killed just like that. This was even after Shakyamuni's spirit-devouring king had been sealed for many years and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, an emperor-level expert would have been able to kill a celestial god sect saint with a flick of his finger. Let's go, let's go. The other party is an evil spirit sect law king, the arch-expert. At the scene, everyone panicked. Chaos ensued as they frantically fled out of the Tianfeng plains. As for spirit-devouring Dharma King, he had absorbed the blood of a saint, and his aura had become much stronger. Kakik, the blood of a saint is indeed wonderful. There's still a lot here. Spirit-devouring Dharma King looked up at the sky. There were more than a dozen saints there. Whoosh! Spirit-devouring Dharma King soared into the air. The pupils of the dozen saints constricted. Just now, the celestial divinity sect's saint had been killed. Moreover, they had also heard the roar of the celestial divinity sect's saint. Now that the spirit-devouring guardian king had walked over, they were extremely shocked. Everyone, he's a martial monarch. Even though he's been sealed for many years, he's still terrifying. We'd better work together. A saint from the Desire Poison sect spoke first. Alright, I agree. I agree too. In the face of spirit-devouring Shakyamuni, they could only join forces. Otherwise they would die. Chirp! At this moment, the Phoenix Ancient Mirror let out a violent cry. It emitted a brilliant light as if it had turned into a phoenix and rushed out of the encirclement. You want to leave after sealing me for so many years? Spirit-devouring Shakyamuni said coldly. With a wave of his palm, a giant palm condensed and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. The phoenix spread its wings and flapped out a dazzling ray of light. It pierced through the spirit-devouring guardian king's giant hand and then rushed into the distance. Spirit-devouring Dharma King frowned, but he didn't pursue. The other saints were afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King, so they didn't dare to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Ancient Mirror disappeared from everyone's sight. On the Tianfeng Plains, a young man was madly running out of the Tianfeng Plains. This person was Eden. He didn't enter the mountain but stayed outside. When he saw the Phoenix Ancient Mirror flying out and a dozen saints participating in the battle, he knew that it was meaningless for him to stay. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. If he was hit by the shockwaves of the battle, he would die. Therefore, he decided to leave the heavenly wind plains and observe in secret. While he was running, the cry of a phoenix rang out. Then, a beam of rainbow light shot into his body and disappeared into it. Eden's expression changed greatly. He carefully sensed his surroundings and was overjoyed. Imperial armament, Phoenix Ancient Mirror. Eden let out a low groan. Then he used his movement technique and quickly flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, spirit-devouring Dharma King looked at the dozen saints with fiery eyes. It seemed that in his eyes, saints were more attractive than imperial armaments. Kill? Suddenly, spirit-devouring Dharma King moved and attacked one of them. Attack. The dozen saints also attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks gathered and blasted towards spirit-devouring Dharma King. However, spirit-devouring Dharma King's body was as light as a feather. He dodged the attacks and continued to attack one of them. Help the Dharma King. At this moment, a few black-robed men stepped into the sky and joined the battle. They were the saints of the evil spirit sect. They helped spirit-devouring Dharma King restrain his opponents, allowing him to be even more at home. Swoosh, swoosh. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body kept flashing. He slapped out with his palm, and wisps of black smoke spread out and surged toward the dozen saints. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had devoured the previous saint. It was obvious that he had become stronger. Those saints seemed to be very afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King's black smoke. They did not dare to come into contact with the black smoke, and all kinds of attacks were launched to disperse the black smoke. There were also some attacks that blasted towards spirit-devouring Dharma King, but it seemed to be useless against him. His body collapsed and turned into wisps of black smoke. Die. Spirit-devouring Dharma King stared at one of the saints and kept attacking him. That saint was a saint from a small sect and was relatively weak. That saint's face was very ugly and he kept retreating. Lingyan's steps. Spirit-devouring Dharma King spat out an ear-piercing voice. His body swayed and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Oh no! That saint was shocked. He unleashed his saint power and controlled the laws to blast in all directions. But, splat! Spirit-devouring Dharma King had appeared in front of him. His palm pierced through the saint's heart. The terrifying power directly destroyed the saint's heart. Then he began to frantically absorb the saint's blood. Stop him. Don't let him continue to absorb blood. A saint from the Desire Poison sect roared and attacked Spirit-devouring Dharma King. The other saints also attacked Spirit-devouring Dharma King. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had been sealed for many years. His chi and blood were weak, so his strength was also very weak. But if he absorbed blood, his strength would probably skyrocket. Terrifying attacks landed on Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke and entering the body of the saint he had killed. Aha, you can't stop me. An evil voice came from the saint's body. His body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Destroy his body. Someone roared. Terrifying attacks landed on the saint's body and immediately cracked his body. However, only a small amount of blood spilled out and was swept up by a cloud of black smoke. Ah! Spirit-devouring Dharma King's laughter continued. He transformed back into a human, but his body was fuller and his aura was stronger. Spirit-devouring palm kill. Spirit-devouring Dharma King roared. This time he directly attacked. He had absorbed the blood of 2 saints in a row. His strength had greatly increased and he could use some terrifying techniques. A terrifying palm print formed and blasted toward one of the saints. Bam! That saint exploded and blasted the palm print. But the result was that the saint's body shook violently and he spat out blood and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Spirit-devouring Dharma King blasted out more than a dozen palms. More than a dozen terrifying palm prints formed, blotting out the sky as they blasted toward the saints. More than a dozen saints roared and attacked to block, but in the end they were all forced to retreat while spitting out blood. Chapter 1587. At the same time, the other saints of the evil spirit sect also joined forces to attack one of them. Bam! That person had just blocked the Spirit-devouring King's attack and was then faced with the joint attacks of the other saints. He couldn't resist at all. With a scream, his body was torn apart and he died on the spot. The Spirit-devouring King's claw turned into a cloud of black smoke and absorbed all the blood. Oh no! The other saints' expressions changed drastically. The Spirit-devouring King's strength was already shocking enough. Now that it had absorbed the blood of another saint, its strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Let's go. The dozen or so saints actually didn't dare to continue fighting and turned to run. They were originally from different sects and weren't united. At this critical moment they all wanted to escape and let the others block them. You want to escape? All of you will die. The Spirit-devouring King sneered and chased after the other saints with a few evil spirit sect saints. The saints have been defeated. Run. There were still some people watching below. They originally thought that the dozen or so saints would be able to suppress the other party if they joined forces. They didn't expect to see this scene and were immediately scared out of their wits. At this time, Lu Ming, Tianque, and Xuaningxin were almost out of the heavenly wind plains. They didn't stop. The Spirit-devouring King was of the arch. Although there were more than a dozen saints, Lu Ming still felt that a dozen saints might not be of much use. Oh no, those saints have been defeated. Tianque roared. Between heaven and earth, a mighty saint aura spread out. The dozen or so saints scattered and fled in all directions. Let's go. The Spirit-devouring King's current target is the saints. Our cultivation levels are too weak. He won't target us now. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them continued to fly at top speed. In the blink of an eye, they had flown out of the heavenly wind plains. Swoosh. At this moment, in the distant sky, a terrifying sharp light pierced into the heavenly wind plains. It was a spear, the spear of divine punishment. Another expert from the heavenly god sect had come. This spear of divine punishment was incomparably terrifying. It streaked across the void as if it had pierced through the void. Saint. Spirit-devouring Dharma King said coldly. He struck out with his palm and collided with the spear of divine punishment. An earth-shattering boom rang out as Spirit-devouring King's body was pushed back dozens of miles. In the distant void, a figure stepped on the air and approached. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and slender figure. One could tell that he was very handsome when he was young. His expression was very calm, but unknowingly, he exuded a supreme majesty. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Some of the Heavenly God Sect's disciples cried out when they saw this middle-aged man. Lu Ming and the other two were also shocked. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect actually came personally. I didn't expect an evil spirit sect king to be sealed here. However, it looks like he should be very weak. A cold voice rang out. The one who spoke wasn't the Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect, but from the other side. On the other side, a green-robed old man suddenly appeared. He was the one who had spoken earlier. Sect Master. The disciples of the Desire Poison Sect cried out in alarm. The Sect Master of the Desire Poison Sect had also arrived. Kakik, 2 absolute saints actually came. As long as I kill you, I should be able to recover 20% of my cultivation. Spirit-Devouring King laughed loudly. Spirit-Devouring King, you still want to kill us in your current state? What a joke. Retreat now. Leave the Tsang state and I won't pursue today's matter. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect said calmly. A mere absolute saint. How arrogant. What if I don't retreat? Spirit-Devouring King said coldly. If you don't retreat, I can only make you stay here and completely destroy you. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect said. He then looked at the Sect Master of the Desire Poison Sect and said, Brother Wu, why don't we join forces? That's what I was thinking. The Sect Master of the Desire Poison Sect said. Haha, then let me see what you juniors are capable of. Go. Spirit-Devouring King charged toward the Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the Sect Masters of the Heavenly God Sect and the Desire Poison Sect unleashed their terrifying auras and charged toward Spirit-Devouring King. Instantly, the entire area was covered in white saint light, green poisonous gas and black smoke. Terrifying rumbles could be heard continuously. Spirit-Devouring King is blocked. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and took out the Breaking Sky shuttle. The three of them stepped into the shuttle and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the area. The Breaking Sky shuttle was extremely fast, but it still took a few minutes for the tremors in the heavenly wind planes to disappear completely. Damn, a great emperor has appeared. That was close. Tian Shui said with lingering fear. An emperor-level figure was too terrifying. After so many years, the Tsang state only had one Emperor Tsang. After that, there was no other emperor. I wonder if the Sect Masters of the Heavenly God Sect and the Desire Poison Sect can stop Spirit-Devouring King. Xuanning thought. The evil spirit sect was destroyed 80,000 years ago. The spirit-devouring Dharma King was most likely sealed by another the Arch 80,000 years ago. After so many years he has become extremely weak. However, he is still the Arch. It's hard to say if there are 2 absolute saints. Lu Ming said. However, all of this had nothing to do with them. With their strength it was useless for them to worry. They couldn't interfere at all. Ordinary saints would find it difficult to interfere with such an expert. They would be killed if they tried. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I haven't seen him before. Lu Ming was a little worried. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing. However, just as Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman, he received a voice transmission from Xian Yanqing, asking him how he was. He was full of worry. Since Xian Yanqing had sent him a voice transmission, it meant that Xian Yanqing was fine. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then Lu Ming replied to Xian Yanqing. Through the voice transmission jade talisman, Lu Ming knew that Xian Yanqing was now outside the heavenly wind plains. A saint from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect had come, and she was with this saint. Lu Ming adjusted the direction and flew towards Xian Yanqing. Soon he saw Xian Yanqing. The two chatted for a while and finally said goodbye. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the other 2 stepped on the flying shuttle again and went to Dragon God Valley. The Heavenly Wind Plains was in the west of Tsang State, and Dragon God Valley was in the southeast of Tsang State. It was very far away. Even with the flying shuttle it would take a long time. 7 days later they landed in a big city and asked for news. As expected, the news about the Heavenly Wind Plains had already spread throughout Tsang State. Lu Ming and the other 2 asked around and heard a lot of news. In the Heavenly Wind Plains, the evil spirit sect's spirit-devouring king had returned to the world and killed several saints. In the end, he fought with the 2 sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and the Poison Sect. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, spirit-devouring Dharma King was too weak and wasn't a match for the 2 saints. He was severely injured and escaped with a few saints. As for the remaining evil spirit sect members, they were all killed by the other saints present. Even so, all the major sects in Song State were in a state of panic. There were rumors that the evil spirit sect was going to rise from the ashes again. The world was going to be plunged into misery and suffering again. Now, a Dharma king had broken out of the seal. Once he recovered in the future, how could Song State stop him without of the arch? Many people could only hope that there would be thearch-level figures in the territories outside Song State to deal with the evil spirit sect. After Lu Ming and the other two asked around, they continued to step on the flying shuttle and headed for Dragon God Valley. When they returned to the southeast of Song State, Lu Ming adjusted the flying shuttle and headed for the Lu family castle. Chapter 1588. Soon the Lu family fortress came into view. The three of them got off the flying shuttle. After Lu Ming kept the flying shuttle, the three of them flew towards the Lu family fortress. It's young Master Lu. The people of the Lu family fortress recognized Lu Ming immediately and welcomed the three of them into the fortress. Junior Lu Ming actually took in a disciple here. I'd like to meet her. Tian Shui was very curious. Xuanixin was the same. They were still young, which was the golden age for cultivation. Usually they would not take in disciples because it would distract them. They would only consider taking in disciples when they reached a certain age and passed the golden age of cultivation. Lu Ming was so young and he had taken in a disciple. His disciple would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Xiang Xiang's talent was definitely shocking. They had not seen each other for a year. How high was Xiang Xiang's cultivation? Young Master Lu. Lu Jinghao greeted them from afar. Patriarch Lu, these two are my senior brothers and senior sisters. Lu Ming introduced Tian Shui and Xuanixin to Lu Jinghao. Lu Jinghao quickly bowed to Tian Shui and Xuanixin. After that, they went to the main hall of the Lu family fortress. Once they were seated, the maids served them tea. Patriarch Lu, where's Xiang Xiang? Lu Ming asked. Xiang Xiang is cultivating in seclusion. I've already asked Wan Jun to call her. Lu Jinghao said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Patriarch Lu, Lu Ming has a favor to ask of you. Please speak, young master. As long as the Lu family fortress can do it, I will do it. Lu Jinghao said. Patriarch Lu, you're exaggerating. It's not a big deal. I have some friends who would like to settle down in the Lu family fortress. Is that okay? Lu Ming said. Of course. How many are there? Lu Jinghao asked. A few hundred people. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, Lu Ming walked out of the hall. He arrived at the courtyard outside the hall and waved his hand. Feng Ling and the villagers of the Feng family village all appeared in the courtyard. As soon as Feng Ling and the others appeared, they looked around. Feng Ling village chief, it's me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Your brother Lu? Feng Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Back then Lu Ming had disguised himself. Now that he had regained his original appearance, Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. It's me. Lu Ming smiled and said, Village chief, we are already in the southeast of Tsang province. How about you all stay here in the future? Brother Lu, I'll do as you say, the village chief said. Young Master Lu, don't worry. I'll ask someone to arrange a place for them to stay. I'll find a good place to settle them down, Lu Jinghao said. Then he called an elder of the Lu family to bring Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others to settle down. In this way one of Lu Ming's worries was removed. Master. A clear and crisp voice could be heard. A figure flashed and a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of Lu Ming. She was Lu Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang was followed by Lu Wanjun. Xiangxiang, why aren't you greeting your master? You don't know the rules? Lu Wanjun reprimanded. Disciple greets master. Xiangxiang obediently bowed to Lu Ming. There's no need for that. Come, let me introduce you. This is my senior brother, you should call him 7th martial uncle. This is my senior sister, you should call her 8th martial aunt. Lu Ming pointed at Tian Shui and Xuanixin as he introduced them. Xiang greets 7th martial uncle and 8th martial aunt. Xiang bowed to Chen Shui and Xuanixin obediently. Haha, good girl, this is a gift from 8th martial aunt. Xuanixin took out a green orb and gave it to Xiang. It was a martial emperor weapon as a gift. Here, 7th martial uncle has a gift for you too. Tian Shui grinned and took out an emperor spirit weapon and gave it to Xiang. Xiang, your cultivation has reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm? At that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered with astonishment. I've just reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm a few days ago. Xiang nodded. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as his heart skipped a beat. In just 1 year, Xiang's cultivation had reached the 9th layer Martial Emperor realm. That speed was too shocking. Furthermore, she had not received any resources from the top sects at the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming was dumbfounded by her speed. It's not bad to reach the 9th layer Martial Emperor realm at your age. Xiang, how long have you been cultivating? Tian Shui asked. Xiang has been cultivating for a year. A year ago, Master taught me how to cultivate. Xiang said. A year, that's not bad. Wait, what? A year? Tian Shui nodded and immediately reacted. He opened his mouth wider and wider as he stared at Xiang in disbelief. Xuanixin stared with her mouth agape. A year ago, before she had even started cultivating, she had reached the 9th layer Martial Emperor realm in just a year. Tian Shui and Xuanixin were dumbfounded by her speed. Even though they were in the Yuanlu, where many geniuses were able to cultivate at a shocking speed, they had never heard of anyone reaching the 9th layer Martial Emperor realm in just a year. Beside them, Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao wore excited and relieved smiles. As a matter of fact, they had been shocked by Xiang's speed of cultivation at the beginning, but they were now filled with excitement. Xiang blinked her eyes and glanced curiously at the dumbfounded Tian Shui and Xuanixin. She could not understand why her martial uncle and martial aunt were acting like this. After a while, Tian Shui and Xuanixin finally collected their thoughts. Junior brother, I'm so jealous of you to be able to recruit such a great disciple. If I had a disciple like her, even if I don't cultivate, I would teach her well. Tian Shui's gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with jealousy. As her martial uncle, you should teach her more in the future. Lu Ming said with a smile. The group chatted as night fell. Lu Zhenghao prepared a feast for them. That night, Lu Ming and the others stayed at the Lu clan fort. The next morning, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun. Mother, grandpa, take care. Xiang reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun. Xiang, you must listen to your master and cultivate well in the Dragon God Valley. Do you understand? Lu Wanjun's eyes were filled with reluctance as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Mother, don't cry. Xiang will find time to visit you. Xiang said obediently. Following this, Xiang bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao. Patriarch Lu, young mistress, see you later. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left with Xiang, disappearing from the sight of Lu Zhenghao and the others. After flying for a while, Lu Ming took out the piercing sky shuttle. The four of them boarded the shuttle and headed toward the Dragon God Valley. Chapter 1589. The Lu family fort was very close to the Dragon God Valley. They arrived shortly after taking the flying shuttle. As they approached the Dragon God Valley, the group got off the flying shuttle and stepped into the Dragon God Valley, heading towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. Xiang, are you cold? Lu Ming turned to look at Xiang. The little girl's face was red from the cold. I'm not cold. Xiang shook her head. A layer of green light emanated from her body to block the cold air outside. Below them, the snowy mountain passed by. Soon they arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Ming, come to my cave abode. Lu Ming and the rest had just stepped into the Cloud Dragon Valley when the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. With the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation, his spiritual consciousness could cover the entire Cloud Dragon Valley. It was not difficult for him to know that they had returned. Senior brother, senior sister, Master is looking for me. I'll go to Master's cave abode first. Lu Ming said. All right, junior brother, go ahead. Let's go back to the cave abode first. Xuanixin said. Lu Ming nodded and led Xiang deeper into the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave abode. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was sitting on a futon in the cave abode. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Grand Disciple Xiang greets Grand Master. Xiang was very obedient. When she saw Lu Ming bowing, she hurriedly bowed as well. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xiang and asked, Ming, is this your disciple? Yes, this is the disciple I took in a year ago. I'll need Master's guidance in the future. Lu Ming said. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley sized up Xiang carefully. Then, his eyes flickered and he revealed a look of surprise. Following which, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to have a glint in his eyes as he carefully stared at Xiang. The more he looked at her, the stronger the glint in his eyes became. Finally, a look of shock flashed across his face. Ming, this disciple of yours is incredible. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had noticed that Xiang Xiang was extraordinary. "Little girl, come here and let your Grandmaster take a good look," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said gently. "Yes, Grandmaster." Xiang Xiang obediently walked over to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's side. "Ah, what a sensible little girl. Little girl, your master might not have that much time to guide you. In the future, Grandmaster will guide you in your cultivation." Yun Longu stroked Xiang Xiang's head and laughed. "Thank you, Master." Lu Ming was overjoyed. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation level was much higher than his. It was unfathomable. If he were to guide Xiang Xiang, she would be much stronger than if he were to guide her. Ming, after being outside for a year, how is the removal of the killing intent in the depths of your soul?" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's tone changed. "It has been completely removed." Lu Ming nodded. "That's good. Ming, let me tell you a piece of bad news. A few days ago, I received news that the Divine Son of the Sky Divinity Sect has broken through to the Sacred Realm." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said with a solemn expression. "The Divine Son has broken through to the Sacred Realm?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Ming, there is still 1.5 years until the next treasure sorting meeting. In this 1.5 years, even if you cultivate with all your might, it will be difficult for you to catch up to the Divine Son. Therefore, I will send you to a place where you might have a chance to fight." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. "Master, where is it?" Lu Ming asked curiously. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said a year ago that he would send him to a place and asked him to return after a year. Lu Ming had always been very curious. That place is called the 100-Tribe Battlefield. It is an extremely dangerous place, but also a place filled with endless opportunities. Only by going there will you have a chance to fight with the Divine Son in the next treasure sorting meeting. As for the specific situation, I will tell you when we arrive at the place of departure. Alright, bring Xiang Xiang out and arrange a place for Xiang Xiang to stay. Bring her to familiarize herself with the Cloud Dragon Valley. We will depart in 3 days. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He then left the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave dwelling with Xiang Xiang. After that, Lu Ming picked a cave dwelling near his cave dwelling for Xiang Xiang to stay in. The Cloud Dragon Valley was extremely huge and there were many cave dwellings. However, there were only slightly more than 100 people, so most of the cave dwellings were empty. Xiang Xiang, you can ask me if you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time. Lu Ming said to Xiang Xiang. Yes, Master. I do have some questions. Xiang Xiang nodded and began to ask all the questions she had during this period of time. Lu Ming patiently answered Xiang Xiang one by one. Half a day later, Xiang Xiang returned to the cave dwelling to cultivate in satisfaction. Lu Ming appeared in the mountain river diagram. Ming Lian's second body sat on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram. A stone plate floated above his head and emitted a vast and terrifying aura. This stone plate was the Taiji stone plate that he had obtained from the Tianfeng Plains. During this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had been studying it. In the end, he concluded that it should be a formation plate, an extremely terrifying formation plate. With the help of this formation plate, Ming Lian's second body had consecutively lit 2 spirit lamps in a short period of time. Now Ming Lian's second body had already lit 8 spirit lamps. Over the past year, his second body had been cultivating and had made great progress. With his second body's current cultivation, he could communicate with the precepts through inscriptions and try to use the power of the precepts to become a sage to be. However, Lu Ming would not do so now. 8 spirit lamps were too few. He needed to light 10 spirit lamps before he could consider becoming a sage to be. Lu Ming called this formation plate the Taiji formation plate. Bus. With a thought, golden spirit fire spread out from between Ming Lian's second body's eyebrows and poured into the Taiji formation plate. Suddenly, the Taiji formation plate shone and a Taiji yin-yang diagram appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. The Taiji yin-yang diagram seemed to contain terrifying killing and sealing power. It was highly likely that it was an imperial weapon which was on the same level as the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. With Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it was difficult for him to unleash 1/10,000th of the Taiji formation plate's power. Even so, Lu Ming felt that Ming Lian's second body could easily kill a 9th-level martial royal or even an ordinary sage to be by controlling the Taiji formation plate. Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied smile. He had gained a lot in the Tianfeng Plains this time. Just this Taiji formation plate alone was a priceless treasure. It had greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Ming Lian's second body could become Lu Ming's strongest trump card. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's main body left the mountain river diagram and closed his eyes to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming told Xiang to stay in the Cloud Dragon Valley and went to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave again. Ming, I'll take you to Cloud Emperor Mountain first. If you want to go to the 100-tribe battlefield, you must go through Cloud Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. Cloud Emperor Mountain? Lu Ming was confused as he had never heard of such a place in the Tsang continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is not located in the Tsang continent, but in another continent close to the Tsang continent called Cloud Continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is the strongest force in Cloud Continent and has a martial monarch expert. Chapter 1590. An Emperor-class force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. An Emperor-class force had a great emperor overseeing it. It was more powerful than any sect in Tsang State and even more powerful than all the sects in Tsang State combined. Having a great emperor overseeing it and not overseeing it were two completely different things. However, the books that Lu Ming had read previously only introduced Tsang State. There was very little information outside of Tsang State. Yuan continent is vast and boundless. Every emperor-class expert can occupy a territory and establish a force. That territory is a state and it is called by the name of the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor of Cloud Emperor Mountain is called Cloud Emperor. Therefore, the territory that Cloud Emperor is in is called Cloud State. Tsang State originated from Emperor Tsang. If a new Great Emperor appears in Tsang State in the future, the name might change. Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. A great emperor can establish a state. Lu Ming couldn't help but yearn for it. Tsang State was so vast, but it was only the territory that Emperor Tsang occupied. Master, how many states are there in Yuan continent? Lu Ming asked curiously. Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, Yuan continent is too vast and there are countless states. I don't know either. Countless states? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Each state represented a great emperor. Could there be that many great emperors in Yuan continent? Ming, I have a map here. It shows some of the territories near Tsang State. Take a good look on the way. A jade talisman appeared in Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand and he passed it to Lu Ming. Then he waved his hand and brought Lu Ming to the sky outside Divine Dragon Valley. Then he waved his hand and a flying shuttle appeared in the sky. The flying shuttle was purple gold in color. It had a smooth curve and there were mysterious patterns carved on it. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that it was much more advanced than the flying shuttle that Lu Ming had. Ming, come on up. Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the flying shuttle and Lu Ming followed behind. Swoosh. Cloud Dragon Valley Master controlled the flying shuttle and it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. So fast. Lu Ming looked out through the crystal glass. The mountains and rivers below passed by in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. It was at least dozens of times faster than his sky-piercing shuttle. This was definitely a top-notch flying shuttle. Lu Ming observed for a while before sitting down with his legs crossed. He then took out the jade talisman that Valley Master Yunlong had given him. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, a map was projected into Lu Ming's mind. This map was divided into different regions and each region was a large state. There were a total of dozens of large states and they were all states near the Tsang State. The Tsang Prefecture was in the southeast of the map, close to the boundless ocean. The Cloud Prefecture where the Cloud Emperor Mountain was located was in the northwest of the Tsang Prefecture, close to the Tsang Prefecture. That's Emperor District's D family. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the north of the Azure Prefecture, there was another prefecture called the Emperor Prefecture. It was stated that the Emperor Prefecture was under the control of the D clan. Could it be D? D Xian's family, the D family, actually has a great emperor. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I once injured D Xian in the Divine Wilderness continent. I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. I have to find a chance to get rid of him in the future to prevent future troubles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then Lu Ming imprinted the map in his mind and quietly cultivated. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sky-piercing shuttle was too fast. In just 2 days they had crossed the entire Tsang State, entered the Cloud State and arrived at a vast mountain. Here the two got off the sky-piercing shuttle. What a majestic mountain. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. The Tsang Mountains were already majestic, but there was still a big gap between them and the mountain in front of him. So this is the Cloud Emperor Mountain? Looking at the mountain from afar, Lu Ming could feel an imperious aura being emitted from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. It was as if the aura was standing at the peak of the world, causing everyone to bow down and worship it. This was the imperiousness of a martial monarch. There was a martial monarch hibernating in the mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted a message. Not long after, an old man in a white robe arrived from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. "Brother Yun, why are you so free today to visit my Cloud Emperor Mountain?" The old man in the white robe said with a smile. "It's nothing much, I'm just here to send my disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield and visit your old friend." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. "Haha, you're not here to visit me, you're here to send your disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield." The old man in the white robe burst out laughing as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Brother Yun, your disciple's cultivation is only at the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. Isn't it a bit too low for him to enter the 100-tribe battlefield? The 100-tribe battlefield is filled with danger." "It's fine, the danger is the best way to train him," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. "Alright, come with me. The Cloud Emperor Mountain is going to arrange for a group of young geniuses to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train themselves. You can go together and take care of each other," the old man in the white robe said. He then led Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master into the Cloud Emperor Mountain and arranged a residence for them to stay in. "Brother Yun, stay here for 2 days. I'll bring this young man to the 100-tribe battlefield in 2 days' time." After saying this, the old man in the white robe left. "Ming, you must be curious about what kind of place the 100-tribe battlefield is, right?" At that instant, the Cloud Space Valley Master glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded his head. He was indeed curious about it. Legend has it that in ancient times the 100-tribe war took place in that area. That war caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was incomparably tragic. Legend has it that many Emperor-level experts died. That was the 100-tribe battlefield. Because too many experts died in the 100-tribe battlefield, especially Emperor-level experts, the laws of heaven and earth in that area were messed up. Since the Saint Realm experts had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, they could not enter at all. Once they entered, they would be affected by the chaotic laws of heaven and earth, causing their own laws to be disrupted. Once a Saint Realm expert entered, his laws would be disrupted and he would die of madness. In the lightest case, his cultivation would be crippled. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. "Is that terrifying?" Lu Ming was shocked. "That's right. Therefore, experts above the Saint Realm do not dare to enter the 100-tribe battlefield. Only those below the Saint Realm can enter. As for the half-sages, some have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, but they are not strong enough so they can also enter. Moreover, there are too many experts who participated in the 100-tribe battlefield and too many experts have died. That territory is filled with countless treasures, and it is simply a huge treasure trove. Many Emperor-level forces will send experts in, and over time, it has evolved into a training ground for prodigies. Today, it has become the top choice for the various Emperor-level forces prodigies to train. Many exceptional prodigies from Emperor-level forces enter to train themselves in life and death situations, seeking breakthroughs. Therefore, it is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. Because many prodigies enter to train themselves, there is no need for a reason to make a move there. As long as someone feels that you are worthy of training, they will make a move on you. Chapter 1591. Why wouldn't I dare? That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation and a strong desire to battle. The 100-race battlefield was actually a training ground for the various Emperor-level factions. How many geniuses would gather there? Lu Ming felt the blood in his body start to boil. Only then would it be interesting to clash with other geniuses and force Lu Ming to advance quickly. "Ming, I was right about you." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled, but in the next moment, his smile disappeared and his face turned serious. Cultivators, especially geniuses, are often able to unlock their potential and break through their shackles in the face of death. Therefore, anyone who dares to enter the 100-race battlefield is a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, they are mentally tough and have terrifying battle abilities. Because ordinary people don't dare to enter the 100-race battlefield, life and death battles are too common. Therefore, Ming, you must be careful and not let your guard down. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. I have an introduction to the 100-race battlefield here. Take a look, it will be of some help to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Then the two returned to their rooms. Lu Ming took out the jade talisman and read it. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the white-robed elder came to the courtyard. "Little guy, come with me." The white-robed elder smiled. "Master, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Go, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to defeat a strong opponent in the next treasure sorting meeting. At that time, you will be able to look down on the younger generation of the Tsang state. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Haha, Brother Yun, you have a lot of confidence in your disciple. The white-robed elder smiled and waved his hand. A gush of energy shrouded Lu Ming and he soared into the sky with Lu Ming. After a while, the white-robed elder brought Lu Ming to a canyon. In the canyon, there was a huge altar with inscriptions carved all around. Teleportation altar. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a teleportation altar. This was his first time seeing a teleportation altar in the Yuan continent. The Yuanlu space was too stable. If one wanted to set up a teleportation altar to teleport across regions, the price would be very high. The amount of resources required would also be shocking. In the Divine Dragon Valley, there were only teleportation altars that led to the sea. There weren't any teleportation altars that led to the other regions of the Yuan continent. Perhaps only imperial forces had them. Beside the altar there were 4 young men. 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was tall and slender. She wore silver armor, but it still couldn't hide her fiery figure. She looked valiant and cool. The other 3 young men were wearing white robes with clouds embroidered on them. When the white-robed old man arrived with Lu Ming, the 4 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Lu Ming. He will be going to the 100-tribe battlefield with you. The white-robed old man gave a simple introduction. Lu Ming? That's an unfamiliar name. Why haven't I heard of it before? One of the young men was puzzled. He had dark green hair and looked very conspicuous. He's not from Cloud Emperor Mountain. He's from Tsangzhou. The white-robed old man introduced. Tsangzhou? When the green-haired young man heard that Lu Ming was from Tsangzhou, his eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "You're only a rank 6 martial royal. How dare you enter the 100-tribe battlefield? You're courting death." Lu Ming frowned and said, "I'll be careful in the 100-tribe battlefield." Careful? Are you trying to rely on us? Let me tell you, if you encounter danger in the 100-tribe battlefield, we won't save you. The green-haired young man sneered and his eyes were filled with disdain. I'll be responsible for my own life. If I encounter danger and get killed, it's because I'm not skilled enough. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The tone of the green-haired young man had displeased him. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to speak to him with a cold expression, the green-haired young man harumphed as his eyes flickered and said, "Trash from Tsangzhou, let's see how you'll die." "Yunkai, that's enough, that's enough." At this moment, the lady in silver armor scolded. The green-haired young man seemed to be afraid of the lady in silver armor. He chuckled coldly and did not say anything else. "Lu Ming, I'm Yunshi." The lady in silver armor introduced herself. "Nice to meet you." Lu Ming nodded. "Lu Ming, don't mind Yunkai's words. Since you're going to the 100-tribe battlefield with us, we'll take care of each other when the time comes," Yunshi said. In other words, if they were to encounter danger, they would take care of Lu Ming as long as it was within their capabilities. These geniuses from monarch factions had a sense of superiority when facing those who were not from monarch factions. Although Yunshi was amiable, she still had a faint sense of superiority. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not comment, nor did he explain. "Lu Ming, these 2 are called Yunfeng and Yunk." Then Yunshi introduced the other 2 young men to Lu Ming. The other 2 young men nodded slightly at Lu Ming. "Alright, now that you all know each other, let's go," the white-robed old man said. Everyone nodded and stepped onto the teleportation altar one after another. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and the altar began to glow. A spatial door was formed, and Lu Ming and the other 4 stepped in one after another. Heaven and earth spun, and Lu Ming felt his vision darken. What a strong spatial rotational force. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The more stable the space was, the stronger the rotational force during spatial teleportation. The next moment, the rotational force disappeared, and Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. The platform should be on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, what came into view was a boundless hilly area. The 100-tribe battlefield is up ahead. We are now outside the 100-tribe battlefield, Yunshi said. Lu Ming nodded. He had read the introduction of the 100-tribe battlefield that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had given him. Any monarch faction that wanted to enter the 100-tribe battlefield could only teleport outside the 100-tribe battlefield. Teleportation arrays could not be built inside the 100-tribe battlefield, as the laws were too chaotic. "Let's go," Yunshi said and led the way. This team was led by Yunshi. Her cultivation was the highest at 9th level martial emperor, while the other 3 were 8th level martial emperors. Moreover, those who dared to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train were all very strong. Lu Ming estimated that Yunshi and the other 3 were all superior earthly spiritual bodies. The 5 of them flew forward and soon, a deep ditch appeared in front of them. This ditch was created by later generations. It's a sign that we have officially entered the 100-tribe battlefield, Yunshi said. The 5 of them flew over the ditch. Chapter 1592. This chaos could not be seen with the naked eye. Even those with low cultivation could not feel it. Only those who had reached a certain level could feel it. However, they were not Saint Realm cultivators, so the chaotic laws did not affect them much. The 100-clan battlefield had taken place in ancient times. It was extremely far away from the present. The earth had regained its vitality and was the same as the outside world, except for the chaotic laws. Here, the 5 of them retracted their auras and became careful. The closer we are to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the more powerful cultivators there are. We should be fine if we are careful in the periphery. Yunshi whispered. They nodded. The 100-clan battlefield. The closer to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the stronger the cultivators who had participated in the war. Naturally, there were many treasures left behind. Therefore, the more powerful the prodigies, the more they would gather in the center to find opportunities and opponents to train themselves. Some of the weaker prodigies were active in the periphery. The 5 of them ran forward and did not encounter any danger. They occasionally encountered some demonic beasts, but most of them were not very powerful. The 100-clan battlefield was extremely huge. Soon they had traveled tens of thousands of miles. Whoosh! At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Yun Feng screamed as one of his arms flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Oh no, someone is attacking us. Yun Shi and the others were shocked. Whoosh! The soft sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Retreat! Yun Shi yelled and retreated quickly. The others also retreated quickly. Poof! They retreated quickly enough, but Yun Kai was still hit. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest and blood flowed out. His spiritual body wriggled crazily, trying to recover, but it seemed to be blocked by a terrifying killing intent that constantly destroyed his spiritual body, making it difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Yun Feng was the same. One of his arms had been cut off and wanted to regrow, but there was a terrifying murderous intent that prevented his spiritual body from regrowing. The 1,000 kill sword technique. It's someone from the 1,000 kill house. Yun Kai roared, his face full of fear. Whoosh! At this moment, another soft sound rang out. There seemed to be a sword light stabbing toward Yun Kai. They could only feel a faint fluctuation, but they could not see the figure of the attacker. Even the sword light could not be seen. It was extremely terrifying. A silver spear appeared in Yun Shi's hand and she swept it out. Clang! Yun Shi's spear seemed to have collided with a battle sword. With a loud boom, she blocked the sword. Yun Kai was so scared that he felt a chill run down his spine. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly it was a saint weapon. At the same time, Yun Kai and Yun Feng both took out their saint weapons. The prodigies of Emperor-level forces naturally did not lack sacred weapons. It's the 1,000 Slayer Manners concealment technique and shadowless sword. Let's surround him and prevent him from launching a sneak attack. Yun Shi shouted. The 5 of them immediately formed a circle and looked around nervously. Damn it! How unlucky. The moment he entered the 100-clan battlefield, he encountered the assassins of the 1,000 Slayer Manor. Yun Kai shouted angrily. At this moment he had finally erased the terrifying murderous aura. The wound on his chest had begun to heal. As for Yun Feng, his arm began to grow. Lu Ming, guard your side well. If you can't, then get out of here quickly so that you don't implicate us. Yun Kai said coldly. Whoosh! At this moment, a soft sound rang out again. This time it was aimed at Yun Shi. Yun Shi's pupils contracted rapidly. She swept out her spear, but when she swept it out, she realized that she had missed. Then with a whoosh, the sword light pierced toward Yun Kai. Get out of here! Yun Kai roared and slashed out with his battle sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yun Kai's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th layer martial emperor realm. It was obvious that he had a superior earth spiritual body. With a saint weapon he could easily kill someone at the peak of the 9th layer martial emperor realm. However, this sword strike still missed. The sword chi landed on the ground and left a long sword mark that was dozens of meters deep. It directly split a hill in half. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart kept ringing out. The terrifying sword light kept stabbing, but it was not aimed at Yun Shi. Sometimes it was aimed at Yun Kai, sometimes it was aimed at Lu Ming. Only the sound of the sword could be heard, but the attacker and the sword were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the sword light was extremely fast and powerful. It was ruthless and accurate. They were completely at a disadvantage. A while later, another sword wound was added to Yun Feng's body. Such a terrifying assassination technique. Lu Ming frowned slightly too. Their opponent's concealment technique was too powerful. He was able to completely conceal his figure. They could not even sense his aura. They were completely at a disadvantage. They could only endure the attacks without being able to counterattack. His cultivation is most likely at the 8th layer Martial Emperor realm. Yun Shi said. What should we do? We can't let this go on. We're being too passive. Yun Kai said. Let's go over there. There's a canyon there. Once we enter the canyon, it'll be advantageous for us. Yun Shi yelled. Their opponent's movement was too fast. The place was spacious, allowing him to move freely. Their counterattack could not hit him. If they entered the canyon, their opponent's movements would be greatly restricted. Bang! The spear in Yun Shi's hand expanded rapidly, turning into a 1,000-meter-long spear glow that swept across the place. Unfortunately, it still failed to hit her opponent. Let's go. At that instant, Yun Shi let out a roar and dashed toward the canyon. Lu Ming and the others followed Yun Shi and dashed in that direction. But before she could even get halfway, a terrifying sword light pierced toward Yun Shi's head. Yun Shi's pupils shrank and she abruptly stopped. Her spear swept up, and with a clang she blocked her opponent's sword. At the same time, another sword light pierced toward Yun Feng from behind. Yun Feng roared angrily and slashed his sword backward. With a clang he blocked the sword light as well. However, their expressions became even more unsightly. There are 2 assassins from the Thousand Killers Manor. Yun Kai yelled with a pale face. One assassin was already very troublesome to deal with. Now 2 had appeared at the same time. Whoosh! At that moment, the black wings on Lu Ming's back spread open. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left Yun Shi's group, flying into the distance. Damn it! That bastard is so afraid of death that he wants to escape by himself. Yun Kai roared angrily. Lu Ming's expression was cold and he did not say a word. His black wings flapped rapidly as he flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yun Shi's and Yun Kai's line of sight. What a coward. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought him along. Yun Kai said. Yun Feng and Yun Kai's expressions were somewhat ugly. There's one less assassin. One of them was lured away by Lu Ming. At this moment Yun Shi spoke. Chapter 1593. Haha, that guy is too smart for his own good. He's really digging his own grave. Yun Kai burst out laughing in a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop after flying for a while. He then turned around and glanced behind him coldly. Buzz. Behind him, a gentle ripple could be felt, as a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared, holding a sword in his hand. The sword was transparent and as thin as a cicada's wing. As an assassin, you dare to show yourself? Lu Ming spoke in a calm tone. Why would I need to conceal myself when dealing with a mere 6th-layer martial dominator like you? The black-robed assassin said in a cold voice. Oh, is that so? Don't regret it. There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. I'll kill you with a single slash. A cold voice could be heard. Following this, the assassin made his move. With a flicker, his figure traveled a few hundred meters and appeared before Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing was thrust in Lu Ming's direction. A sacred weapon. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing was a sacred weapon. A terrifying sword glow pierced toward Lu Ming's throat at an unbelievable speed. Bang! The cry of a dragon could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. Without realizing it, he had already put on the flowing force gloves. His true force was rapidly inserted into the flowing force gloves, causing them to become as heavy as a mountain. Lu Ming threw out a punch, which caused the air to be compressed together. A terrifying force was hurled toward the assassin. Buzz! The assassin's sword vibrated vigorously as it broke through the force of Lu Ming's fist and stabbed into Lu Ming's fist. Following a clank, a terrifying force was emitted from Lu Ming's fist, which surged toward the assassin like a landslide. The assassin's expression changed tremendously. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing continued to vibrate, while his figure was sent flying by the terrifying force of the punch. The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, which wet the black cloth covering his mouth. His eyes, which were the only part exposed, were filled with astonishment. How could you possess such a powerful force? The other party spoke in disbelief. His cultivation was at the mid-8th layer martial dominator realm, which was almost 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's. He also possessed a superior earthly spirit body, but he was injured by Lu Ming with a single punch. "You want to kill me with this little bit of power?" Lu Ming said indifferently. So what if you are strong? What I specialize in is not strength but assassination. Today you will still die." The black-robed assassin said coldly. Then his body moved and disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of sword light came from behind Lu Ming, stabbing towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming twisted his body and threw a punch behind him. However, this punch struck nothing but air. A burst of fist energy flew out and created a large crater in a distant mountain peak. Whoosh! Immediately, a streak of sword light appeared on Lu Ming's left side and attacked Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Lu Ming threw another punch. Unfortunately, when he threw the punch, the streak of sword light disappeared again and Lu Ming's punch landed in the air again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following this, terrifying streaks of sword light appeared continuously. At the same time, 7 or 8 streaks of sword light came from different directions and stabbed towards Lu Ming. "Piss off." The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swung it horizontally. The long spear swept in all directions and all the sword cries disappeared. However, it still did not hit the opponent. At the crucial moment, the opponent dodged Lu Ming's attack with a terrifying movement technique. "Let's see how many of my attacks you can dodge. When you lose your mind, it will be the time of your death." An ice-cold voice echoed in the air. However, it didn't come from a single direction. Instead, it was constantly changing. It seemed that with every word, the direction would change. This made Lu Ming unable to pinpoint the opponent's location. The opponent's assassination technique was indeed very terrifying. Those who were targeted by him had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times because the slightest carelessness would allow the opponent to seize the opportunity and kill them in one strike. If one had to maintain such a high level of concentration for a long time, one's mind would be exhausted. If that happened, only death would await them. Therefore, when Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others knew that it was an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor, their expressions became unsightly. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor were synonymous with nightmares. Once targeted, there was only a slim chance of survival. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood still in the air. He spread out his spiritual sense. Soon after, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Suddenly Lu Ming moved. The black dragon spear suddenly pierced towards the back. Man and spear became one, like a streak of black lightning. This spear seemed to be piercing towards the air. But in the next instant, a miserable scream rang out. The black-robed assassin revealed himself and Lu Ming's spear pierced through his dantian. The black-robed assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He roared, "How is this possible? How did you discover me?" "Sorry, my spiritual strength is many times stronger than cultivators of the same level. You can hide your body and you can restrain your aura, but it's difficult to hide your spiritual strength." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "So that's how it is. Haha, but if you kill me you'll also die." The black-robed assassin suddenly laughed crazily. As he laughed, he stopped breathing. The spear just now had already shattered the assassin's spiritual divinity. Lu Ming pulled out his spear and reached out with his hand, grabbing the assassin's spatial ring. The black-robed assassin was too confident in his concealment skills. So when Lu Ming attacked, the assassin was completely unprepared and was easily killed by Lu Ming. If the assassin had been prepared, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lu Ming to kill him. The assassin was also a top genius with an extremely strange movement technique. Whoosh! With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming flew towards Yun Shi and the others. At this moment, Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others were hiding in a canyon, carefully defending. "We must find an opportunity to heavily injure this assassin. Otherwise, when the other assassin kills Lu Ming and returns, we'll be in danger even if we're in this canyon," Yun Kai said. He believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of rushing wind came from the distance. Lu Ming was flying over. Yun Kai's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a trace of disbelief. He shouted, "It's Lu Ming. He's actually not dead? He's actually still alive after being chased by an assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor?" With Lu Ming's cultivation facing a terrifying assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor, he should be dead for sure. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Ming stood high in the sky looking down at Yun Kai. "If it's just luck." Yun Kai snorted coldly. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly dove down, rushing towards the canyon. But when he was about to reach the canyon, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear into the void. Chapter 1594. The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to discover him. At the critical moment, he used the long sword in his hand to block in front of him. Clang! The long spear collided with the black-clothed man's long sword. The long sword bent in an arc and collided with the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man's body shook violently and was sent flying. He slid on the ground, creating a several hundred-meter-long ditch. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure didn't stop as he charged towards the black-clothed man. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Yunshi cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart shook. He landed beside the black-clothed man and pointed his long spear, sealing the black-clothed man's origin energy. Why did you stop me? Lu Ming looked at Yunshi. At this moment Yunshi, Yun Kai and the others were dumbfounded. The Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin that was extremely troublesome to them was easily dealt with by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, once an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor is killed, they will leave behind a trace of killing mark on the body of the person who killed them. It's almost impossible to erase. Other assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor will use this trace to find the killer. They won't rest until the killer is dead. Therefore you can't kill this Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin. Yunshi took a deep breath to calm herself down and explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he said helplessly, unfortunately it's too late. Too late? Yunshi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she said, could it be that you've already killed someone? That's right. I've already killed the Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin who was chasing me earlier. Therefore, I don't mind killing one more person. After saying this, Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear, killing the black-clothed assassin on the spot. A suction force came from his palm, and the assassin's storage ring and long sword were collected. Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others' faces were pale as they walked out of the valley. Lu Ming, how did you discover the assassin's hiding place? Yun Shi asked. My soul force is stronger, that's why I can sense the assassin's soul fluctuation. Lu Ming explained. There was nothing to hide. It was normal for some people to be gifted with powerful innate soul force. Lu Ming, you actually killed 2 assassins from Thousand Slayer Manor. Now please leave. Yun Kai said coldly from the side. Lu Ming looked at Yun Kai. You don't have to be unwilling. You already have the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer Manor on you. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor in the 100 Clan battlefield will keep looking for you. I don't want to be implicated by you. Yun Kai said coldly. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled contemptuously. Previously, if it wasn't for Lu Ming, Yun Kai and the others wouldn't have stood a chance against the 2000 Killers Manor's assassins. Now that the 1000 Killers Manor's assassins were killed by Lu Ming, Yun Kai wanted to tell Lu Ming to leave so that he wouldn't be implicated by Lu Ming. How laughable. What are you laughing at? Today you must leave. Yun Kai said coldly. There's no need for you to tell me to leave. It's not safe for me to stay with a piece of trash like you. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? How dare you say I'm a piece of trash, a mere 6th layer martial dominator? Yun Kai was enraged as he snapped while pointing at Lu Ming. A mere 6th layer martial dominator killed 2 assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor. What were you doing just then? Lu Ming said disdainfully, causing Yun Kai's face to redden. It's just that my soul force is slightly stronger. Yun Kai retorted. Lu Ming ignored Yun Kai's words. He glanced at Yun Feng, Yun Kai and Yun Shi and said, is this your opinion too? Yun Feng and Yun Kai wore awkward looks on their faces. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and shifted their gazes away. Their opinion was the same as Yun Kai's. If Lu Ming continued to stay with them, they would all die when the experts of the Thousand Killers Manor arrived. Lu Ming, Yun Shi opened her mouth but she stopped halfway with a guilty look on her face. It was reasonable for her to keep Lu Ming here, but her rationality told her that they would all die if she kept Lu Ming here. The assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor were too terrifying. Besides, the 100 Tribe battlefield was the sacred ground of the Thousand Killers Manor, where countless geniuses gathered. The Thousand Killers Manor would send a large number of geniuses to the 100 Tribe battlefield every year to practice their assassination skills. Therefore, many geniuses were intimidated by the Thousand Killers Manor at the 100 Tribe battlefield. Those who were targeted by the Thousand Killers Manor were rarely able to survive. That's enough, I understand. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming said coldly as he turned around to leave. However, at that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced in a certain direction. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures could be seen flying toward them from that direction. The one in the middle was wearing a purple golden robe. He had a slender and handsome figure, and there was a purple-colored sword-shaped mark on his forehead. His entire being was filled with a noble aura. Beside him were two other young men wearing purple-colored robes, who appeared to be extraordinary too. The three of them stopped above Lu Ming and his crew, staring down at Lu Ming and his crew. One of the young men glanced at Yun Shi with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. "Ninth layer martial dominator realm, the same as me. Young master, how about I go and test my strength?" "Sure, go ahead." The noble young man in the middle nodded his head. Whoosh. The young man stepped forward and emitted a ninth layer martial dominator realm aura, suppressing Yun Shi as he said, "Fight me." This was the 100-tribe battlefield. There was no need for a reason to fight as there were no rules here. There were only two reasons for the young geniuses to come here. Firstly, to train themselves. Secondly, to search for fortunate encounters. Only through great battles, only through killing could one temper oneself. Once they stumbled into someone with a similar cultivation, it was normal for them to attack without a reason. On the other hand, those with a higher cultivation would not attack those with a lower cultivation, as there was no point in training themselves, unless they had some kind of treasure on them. They would either challenge those with a higher cultivation or those with the same cultivation level, to improve themselves in the face of death. "Let's fight then." Yun Shi held the spear in her hand and stepped into the air, facing the purple-robed young man. Kill. Without wasting any time, the purple-robed young man made his move. A light dot appeared on his forehead, and a battle sword flew out from it. He grabbed the sword in his hand and slashed at Yun Shi. Whoosh. Yun Shi lashed out with her spear like a silver lightning bolt. Clang. The spear and the battle sword collided, causing the sword intent and the spear glow to scatter in all directions. The two figures shuddered and were knocked a few steps backward. Without a doubt, the opponent was also a genius with a superior earthly spiritual body, possessing a shocking strength. "Not bad, but it's far from enough," shouted the purple-clothed young man. A dot of light appeared on his arm. From that dot of light, a battle axe flew out and floated above his head. The battle axe seemed to have a connection with the battle sword in his hand, causing the power of the battle sword in his hand to become even stronger. Art of 10,000 Weapons. You're from the Wan clan. Chapter 1595. Not bad. Let's see how many of my weapons you can take. The purple-clad young man stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the void, and its power was even stronger than before. "Flying Cloud Spear Art." Yun Shi shouted. Her long spear was like a dragon, thrusting out streaks of dazzling spear light toward the purple-clad young man. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them clashed continuously, but they were still evenly matched. However, what was surprising was that the purple-clad young man's body shone with bright spots. A weapon flew out from each bright spot. These weapons floated around the purple-clad young man's body. These weapons seemed to be connected with each other. All the battle weapon chi gathered in the purple-clad young man's battle sword, making the battle sword in his hand more and more terrifying. The purple-clad young man's weapon was only an emperor-level spiritual weapon, but it could borrow the chi of other spiritual weapons and merge them into one. Its power was even stronger than Yun Shi's sacred weapon. Kill. The purple-clad young man became braver as he fought. He held a sword in his right hand and a battle axe in his left hand. He attacked from both sides and charged toward Yun Shi. Slowly, Yun Shi was being suppressed. What a strange domain. What a strange battle skill. There was a look of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. His opponent's domain could actually use different weapons at the same time. When he used a sword, he could turn it into a sword domain. When he used an axe, he could turn it into an axe domain. It seemed to be similar to his chaotic domain. However, his opponent couldn't have cultivated the chaotic domain. 10,000 Weapons domain. An extremely rare domain flashed in Lu Ming's mind. It was the 10,000 Weapons domain. Legend had it that those who cultivated the 10,000 Weapons domain could control all the weapons in the world. No matter what weapon was used, it could turn into a corresponding weapon domain. Of course, it was only limited to weapons. It couldn't turn into a fire domain or water domain. Those were the specialties of the chaotic domain. However, it was still very amazing. "Come out." Finally, the purple-clad young man shouted. Bright spots lit up on his body again and weapons flew out one after another. There were a total of 18 different weapons floating around the purple-clad young man. All of them were Emperor-level spiritual weapons. When the battle weapon chi of the 18 Emperor-level spiritual weapons gathered, their power was shocking. Clang. Yun Shi was sent flying by the sword. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face pale. Yun Shi had been defeated. He was no match for her at the same level. "Look at your skills, you must be from the Yundi mountain." Hehe, the Yundi mountain is just SOSO. The purple-clothed young man smiled disdainfully and did not continue to attack. He stepped into the air and returned to the noble young man's side. 18 different ruler-level spirit weapons flew into his body and disappeared. Yun Shi's expression was ugly, but the 10,000 weapon chant practiced by the Wan family was really powerful. There are so many geniuses. Are they all geniuses from emperor-rank powers? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. How long had it been since he entered the 100-tribe battlefield? Previously, he had met the 1,000-slayer Manor's geniuses. Now he was meeting the Wan clan's geniuses. They were all geniuses with high-grade earth astral physiques. Moreover, their cultivation techniques and battle skills were stronger than the previous. If such prodigies were to be placed in the Tsang prefecture, every single one of them would have the chance to compete for the position of the 10 great demon geniuses in the future. This caused the blood in his body to boil a little. Only in such an environment could one improve faster. At that instant, the noble young man glanced at the corpse of the 1,000-slayer Manor's assassin and said in astonishment, "The assassin of the 1,000-slayer Manor was killed by you guys?" Although he used the word "you guys," his gaze was fixed on Yun Shi. In his opinion, only Yun Shi's strength was worth mentioning. The others were not worth mentioning. Among them, there was even a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. "I didn't kill him." Yun Shi shook her head. "Not you?" The noble young man was startled. "It's him, he killed him." At that instant, Yun Kai pointed at Lu Ming and blurted out. The noble young man was startled before he glanced at Lu Ming and said in astonishment, "It's you?" A mere 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000-slayer Manor? Interesting. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000-slayer Manor? Interesting indeed. "Young master, let me test him and see what he's capable of." Another purple-clothed young man beside the noble young man said. The noble young man nodded his head. The purple-clothed young man stepped forward as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm. This purple-clothed young man's cultivation was slightly weaker than the one that Yun Shi had fought before. "Kit, come and fight me. I would like to see what kind of special abilities you have." The purple-clothed young man glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rose into the air as a powerful battle intent burst out from his body. He was eager to see how powerful the secret technique of the Wan clan was. "Kid, you go first. Use your full strength at the end, or you won't have the chance." The purple-clothed young man calmly said with a disdainful look. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. He was only curious that Lu Ming was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000-slayer Manor. Otherwise, with his cultivation he would not challenge a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator, as it would not serve as a training ground for him. Bang. Lu Ming was too lazy to waste his time. Since the young man had asked him to make the first move, he immediately made his move. He executed the heavenly art of hell and threw a punch in the direction of the purple-clothed young man. The space trembled as the terrifying force of the punch suppressed the air, forming a terrifying wave of air that surged toward the young man. The young man's expression changed tremendously. The power of Lu Ming's punch had completely exceeded his expectations. A spot of light appeared in between his eyebrows. A huge axe flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang. The fist collided with the axe, causing the young man's body to tremble violently as he was knocked a few steps back. "So that's all you've got?" Lu Ming calmly said. "Die." The young man let out a roar as 6 light dots appeared on his body. 6 mystical weapons of different colors appeared. Together with the battle axe from before, there were a total of 7 mystical weapons, all of which were martial dominator realm. The 7 martial dominator realm weapons floated around the young man as the auras of the weapons merged with one another and gathered on the battle axe. "Die." The young man let out a roar as he slashed at Lu Ming with the battle axe in his hand. The power of his attack was stronger than before. The flowing force gauntlet covered his hand as his chi surged into it, causing it to feel as heavy as a mountain. Bang. Lu Ming punched out once again. This time the young man was knocked back again as he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Although the young man's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's and his battle skills were extremely powerful, his spiritual body was still a superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming was able to defeat or even kill such a genius back at the treasure sorting convention. Now that Lu Ming had used a sacred weapon, he could easily suppress the young man. "Die." The young man let out a frenzied roar. He couldn't accept that he was suppressed in 2 consecutive moves. Chapter 1596. Another light spot lit up in his body. This time there were 10 light spots at once, and another 10 Emperor-level spirit weapons flew out. 17 Emperor-level weapons floated in the air. The aura of the weapons was extremely dense and gathered on the battle axe. It made the young man's aura extremely strong. Kill, kill, kill. The young man in purple robes shouted. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to redeem his face. He took a step forward, surrounded by his weapons. The giant axe was swung out as if it could split the sky. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. More true yuan poured into the flowing element glove. The flowing element glove shone like a small sun. Boom. He threw out a punch that could crush everything. Dong, dong, dong. Lu Ming exchanged 3 moves with his opponent. After each move, his opponent had to take 3 steps back. After 3 moves, his opponent had to take 9 steps back. Kill? Lu Ming shouted. The power of the divine sword art exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 2 black swords shot out from his eyes and rushed into the young man in purple robes. The young man's body trembled and his eyes lost focus for a moment. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming threw out another punch. This punch was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At the critical moment, although the other party used his battle axe to block it, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could muster. The battle axe was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated wildly and vomited blood. Whoosh. Lu Ming took a big step forward, wanting to defeat his opponent in 1 move. Enough. The noble young man frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took a step forward. Boom. This step seemed to shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He threw out a punch, but it was useless. He could not break through the force. When the force rushed over, Lu Ming's body slid back a few thousand meters. What? Taking turns to fight? If one doesn't work, 2? Lu Ming sneered. Taking turns to fight? Ah, what a joke. The noble young man clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the air. His body exuded a terrifying pressure that bore down on Lu Ming. It was like a divine weapon that wanted to break through the heavens and slash apart the world. Lu Ming covered his entire body with his primal chaos domain, resisting the pressure with all his might. Your strength is not bad, but a mere 6th-layer martial dominator realm is not worthy enough to fight me. The noble young man said indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence and disdain for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not worthy of fighting with him. After saying this, the noble young man looked at the young man who had been injured by Lu Ming and said, "Cultivate well in the future and strive to break through. The next time you see this person, you will kill him with your own hands. Do you understand?" "Understood, young master." The young man in purple bowed in response. His gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with icy cold killing intent. "Let's go." The noble young man withdrew his aura and soared into the sky. That was right, as he had mentioned, Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak to fight him. He was not even interested in fighting him. In the blink of an eye, the noble young man and the 2 young men in purple disappeared from the crowd's sight. Meanwhile, Yun Kai, Yun Feng, and the others glanced at Lu Ming with great fear. Lu Ming was able to defeat a genius of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm from the Wan clan. His strength had exceeded their expectations. Although Yun Kai's cultivation was also at the peak of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm, he believed that he would not stand a chance against the geniuses of the Wan clan. However, Lu Ming was able to defeat him, implying that his strength was stronger than his. Yun Shi glanced at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She was no match against the geniuses of the Wan clan, but Lu Ming was able to defeat the geniuses of the Wan clan with a gap of 2 layers. His strength was unbelievable. Farewell. At that instant, Lu Ming glanced at Yun Shi and brought his fists together, planning to leave on his own. It was more convenient for him to move on his own. Lu Ming, the Thousand Assassins sect, was established by the Thousand Assassins martial monarch. Its strength is incredible, with countless experts, especially at the 100-tribe battlefield. Be careful. Yun Shi could not bear it and reminded Lu Ming. "Thanks, I'll be careful," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, there are cities built by locals at the 100-tribe battlefield. If you were to enter the cities, the people of the Thousand Assassins sect would be cautious and not dare to cross the line," Yun Shi reminded. Lu Ming nodded. Not everyone at the 100-tribe battlefield was an outsider like them. There were locals too. In truth, the natives were not pure natives. They were all people who had entered the 100-race battlefield in the distant past. Some of them had stayed in the 100-race battlefield forever and never left. They had taken root in the 100-race battlefield and reproduced. Over time, more and more people came to the 100-tribe battlefield. These people were called locals. Moreover, the natives had been living in the 100-race battlefield since they were young. They were already used to the chaotic laws and could adapt to them. Therefore, some natives with peerless talent were able to break through to the Saint Realm in the 100-race battlefield without dying or going crazy because of the chaotic laws. However, the restrictions on the 100-tribe battlefield were great. Therefore, the strongest of the locals could only cultivate to the Bright Saint Realm. It was almost impossible for them to break through to the Great Saint Realm. These local Saint Realm experts would build cities and establish forces on the 100-tribe battlefield. Killing was generally forbidden in these cities. Therefore, if anyone violated the rules, the local Saint Realm experts might act and kill the violator. Therefore, there were no rules on the 100-tribe battlefield, but there were still some rules in those cities. Of course, things were not absolute. If one was strong enough, one could kill others in the city and quickly escape the city. Even the saints could not do anything about it. But at least it was much safer than outside the city. Therefore, Yunshi suggested that Lu Ming go to the city. Lu Ming did not say anything more. He turned and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Humph, with the slaughter mark on him, he will definitely not be able to reach the nearest city. He will definitely be found and killed by the Thousand-Killer Manor. Yun Kai sneered. Yunshi looked at Yun Kai with some disgust, then turned and left. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming controlled the black feather wings and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon he had flown tens of thousands of miles. The 100-tribe battlefield has gathered the geniuses of many emperor-level forces. Almost all of them are geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies. In the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield, there are even geniuses who have cultivated to the heavenly spiritual body. There are too many geniuses. My cultivation is too weak. I must break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Lu Ming's weakness had always been his cultivation. He came from a remote island, and the cultivation environment was not good. Compared to the geniuses of Yuanlu, his cultivation was much weaker. He had comprehended the primal chaos domain. He did not fear anyone at the same level. It's time to find a place to break through. Lu Ming looked around. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming flew toward a large mountain. Then, the primal chaos domain turned into the earth domain. Lu Ming directly rushed into the mountain. Just like the earth escape technique, there was no change on the surface of the mountain.